Welcome. Welcome, minions. Hello. Hello, everybody. Hello. Why isn't my pad working? Let me do things again. How was the Eclipse Gundam? It was good. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed building it. The VOD for that is up on YouTube. Today we're reading more of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles 2. Our good old friend Soseki Natsume-san, he's landed himself in trouble again. The real life author Soseki Natsume. We had a flashback. I didn't try transforming it on the stream just because it was a very complicated transformation that I don't think looks cool. And the build stream had already been running a little bit long at that point, so, and I had other princessly duties to perform that day. So I didn't feel like transforming it. But, I'm sure the transformation is fine on the Eclipse Gundam. So let me think. We had a flashback. This case we're in is a flashback to the time of the first game. Literally the day after we got Soseki Natsume-san off for a murder he did not commit, he got accused of murder again. So that's where the story is at. He got accused of killing that Shake Sham guy. We saw him a little bit in the first game. And now he has died from apparently poison. And evidence points to Soseki being in the room at the time of his death. And now he's in the clink again, our friend Natsume. It was a short investigation segment. I was interrupted by a tornado. I would have continued otherwise, but tonight we're hopping right into the trial segment, so it'll be fun. That's right, that's the name of this trial. The Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. You just finished building the Double Zeta version, Ka? Oh, I've heard that one's really good. I really want the Faz version of it. But it's been out of stock for a while at my usual places. Can you petition to call Soseki just Mr. Crocker? I feel like that's a bit of an insult to Natsume-san's, to Soseki Natsume-san's, or wait, no, Soseki is his family name, isn't it? Soseki-san's, legacy as a famous author and not a guy who wants to capture fairies. I understand why, though. It's because of his funny mannerisms where he says words exactly the same way Crocker from Fairly Odd Parents does, where he has like a little freak out. And yells words in quick succession. Like that. I understand the reasoning. But I think I like Soseki's name as it is. Da-da-dum. Yeah, I think we're just gonna jump into the court segment. We're going to court. I think Von Zeeks will be here, because this takes place during the first game. 22nd of February, 9:23 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. The Old Bailey. This place really makes me feel strange. I seem to get chills down my spine and break out in a nervous sweat all at the same time. Well, I didn't think I'd be back here so soon. That's my line! Good morning! Ah, good morning, Mr. Natsume. It was only 2 days ago that I was declared not guilty here. Yes, we somehow managed to prove he didn't stab Miss Green in the back. But now this! Another morning, another murder, and here I am again in this hellhole. Can't keep coming to court. I'm beginning to think he's right. It really does seem as though he's cursed. Poor guy. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid I have bad news. Oh! Mr. Natsume, good morning. Yes, morning. So, here we are again. Yes, again. This is awkward. This is an awkward conversation. They don't have anything to say to each other. Judicial Assistant Miss Mikutoba Esquire-S, what's the bad news? At least Sherlock doesn't have anything to do with it this time? I don't know who you're talking about. There's no character in this game named that. Oh dear, you heard, did you? If you come in shouting at the top of your voice, people can't help hearing what you say. Oh, I am sorry. You've done nothing wrong, Miss Susato. Now, what is it? Well, it seems that the prosecution in today's trial will be led by Lord Barrick Van Zeeks. Haha! I was right, it is Zeeks. Despite his racism, Baron Von Zeeks is a loyal prosecutor. Von Zeeks? Oh! Oh no, oh no, no! The so-called Reaper of the Bailey. The most legendary prosecutor in the land. In the trial 2 days ago, he pursued Soseki-san and I relentlessly. Of course, by the skin of our teeth. We managed to pull through, but still. Perhaps Mr. Natsume's acquittal in the last trial wasn't the end of the matter, after all. Yes, I know what you're thinking, the legend of the Reaper that says, nothing can save a person in the dock when Lord Von Zeeks is the prosecutor. Oh no! That even if that person is found guilty, the accused will meet a mysterious end one way or another. That's what happened to McGilded. He got burned alive. I don't even think... Oh yeah, we did find the person who did that. And we've experienced it firsthand. A man we successfully defended met the most terrifying end after his acquittal, right here in the Old Bailey. I don't think we ever... Wait, no, we didn't find out who killed McGilded, did we? Yeah, or was it Egg Benedict? I thought he was just a real killer of the second trial. Like, that was the mystery of the second trial. We never proved who the real killer was, just that McGilded didn't do it. Or, well, I guess he did actually do it, but... Like, that was the point, is that McGilded actually did kill the guy in the second trial, and that was, like, what shook Ryanosuke's trust in his clients. And, yeah, okay, yeah, Egg Benedict was the guy who killed him, if I remember right. Ah! Do I have to put up with those ice-cold eyes boring into my soul again? That's right, yes. McGilded killed Egg Benedict's father in the second case. That was the old brickmaker. Yeah. That's right. It's coming back to me now. You have to understand, this was nearly a year ago. And yes, this takes place just after Soseki-san's trial, which was after McGilded's, but before the last one in that game. Cursed by evil spirits and now by the Reaper. Petrifying perils, potentially. Well, if it's potentially, at least you appear to have hope, Mr. Natsume. Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. Yes. I'm innocent. You have to believe me. You more than anyone now. Don't worry. I'll be your steadfast ally every step of the way in this battle, I promise. And this promises to be a hard battle, I fear. I wonder where he gets the Esquire from. Soseki does have terrible luck. He's been involved in 3 trials so far, though, to be fair, one of them he was not the defendant. Well, the trial is scheduled to begin shortly. We should move into the courtroom. Let's go. Oh yes, I forgot to say. I'm afraid he won't be able to make it. Mr. Sholmes, I mean. That's probably for the best. Oh, if he were here, I might be tempted to rely on his help. And that could be seen as a weakness. If Lord Von Zieks were to notice, he'd prey on it mercilessly. At least, that's my gut feeling. Mr. Naruhodo. You're right. Yes, you're so right. You're so right, Umfi. Esquire historically was a title of respect accorded to men of higher social rank. Oh. Well, I don't know if Ryunosuke is of a higher social rank than Soseki. I guess he's just being respectful. Oh, well said, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, well said. I swear on this sword at my side and on the spirit of Kazuma that it harbors. I'll show him what a Japanese lawyer can do. I'll set you free, with honor. Oh, he's all fired up, our Ryunosuke. I love it. You'll love to see it. Oh, yes. Imagine if instead of Esquire Soseki called him Ufi. That would be good. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Ufi. Yeah, he's just trying to show Ryunosuke respect, to show his gratefulness by affording him a bunch of respectful titles. Yeah, I know that's the point. I'm just wondering what, like, I was just curious about the question you answered, which is what Esquire actually means. Because I've seen, everybody's seen the word Esquire, but I don't think I've ever actually seen its proper use. The 22nd of February, 9:40 a.m., the Old Bailey Courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and the defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Oh, he's taking a nap. He's like wrapped up like Batman. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. Readiness for the trial, my learned Nipponese friend, is not what the defense needs. See, that's what I was talking about. He's just like, man, you wacky Japanese man. What you need is readiness for your inevitable defeat. I'm not talking to you. You're mean to me. It's not just in my imagination, it's really there. Lord Von Zieks has such an animosity towards us Japanese for some reason. I think at the end of the first game, he said he was betrayed by a Japanese person, like when he and Ryunosuke had that little heart-to-heart alone in the courtroom. Like, Ryunosuke is like, why are you so racist, man? And he's like, I don't, something like that. It was some time ago now that he first became known as the Reaper of the Bailey, I believe. These past few years, he hasn't appeared in court at all. Yet now he's back in the courtroom, though for some reason, only when I'm defending. This Reaper, with his curious disdain for us Japanese, is a prosecutor shrouded in mystery. Still, this isn't the time to be pondering that. I have to concentrate on Soseki-san's trial. Furthermore, I now call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to fulfill your duty? Absolutely. I had a feeling this larrikin wasn't innocent before. Oh, he was in Soseki's trial the first time. I love his double beard. It makes him look like he just has 2 jaws. I must say that I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat refuses to sit right. Oh, well, I rather like how you're wearing your hat. I think the ruthless look is very fetching, actually. Oh, this lady's new. She's got drill hair, minions. We have to respect her. I need to be somewhere at 10 o'clock. I have a very important meeting. Let's make this quick. I couldn't agree more. I need to take home 5 bob tonight or the missus will go through the roof. Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here and lead his flock to a righteous verdict. So we recognize most of these jurors. Almost all of these guys were in a trial before. The lady is new. The British jury system is so very different to our own, isn't it? Yeah, I think Grandpa's, like, in every trial. He was in, like, every trial, I think. It's quite extraordinary to think that the power of judgment is in the hands of 6 members of the public, and that the judge can only pass sentence when all jurors are in agreement about the defendant's guilt. Yeah, he was a doctor in one of the trials. 6 citizens of London chosen at random, or at least that's the idea. The prosecution would draw more attention to the fact that the accused was on trial here but 2 days ago. Accordingly, where possible, the same jurors have been asked to return for duty today. Oh, I see. That's why. I didn't know that was a part of the system. Wouldn't it be better to have different jurors so they wouldn't be biased from the previous trial? That makes more sense to me. Very well, let us commence the trial. Lord Von Zeeks, your opening statement, please. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is not the intent of the prosecution to cast doubt over your past decision. However, the innocent verdict afforded to this eccentric Nipponese before has had dire consequences. Did the accused repent for his wrongdoing in that affair? Far from it. Yes, yeah, he had the 3D, what was it called, the pictograph in the last game? The one that was like, this game was made for the Nintendo 3DS. Instead, he used his freedom to perpetuate a most blood-curdling crime. Namely, that of the attempted murder of his neighboring lodger, an innocent Englishman. To explain the circumstances of the crime, the prosecution calls its first witness to the stand. Sorry, my Von Zeeks in my head is just Alan Rickman. I think that makes sense. The detective responsible for investigating the case and the accused himself. So I'm just doing an Alan Rickman impression the whole time. Oh, he's got his fish and chips. It's Detective Fish and Chips. Witnesses, your names and occupations, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. Soseki Natsume from the Empire of Japan. My government ordered me to come here as a student to study your language and culture. I should get a fluffy fan like that lady? Maybe. That might be a good idea. Personally, I like it when all of you, my minions, fan me yourselves. You get, you know, like those big leaves? I'm lounging on one of those chairs on my throne. I like it when other people do the work for me. That's what you're here for. Mr. Natsume. Yes, my lord, sir. I'm quite sure I'm not mistaken that you swore an oath never to set foot in my courtroom again. I remember it as if it were yesterday. The day before, in fact, my lord, but close enough. Believe me, this is the last place I want to be. Inspector, let's hear from you first. Explain the case for the court. Right you are, sir. Then I could snap it shut dramatically when I say something important. You know what? That's smart. I do like that. I'll consider it. That gives me a couple good ideas. I'll take it under consideration. Ho, 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 ho. The incident occurred at the Garadeb household where the defendant has lodgings. Snap. In the ground floor room of the victim, Mr. William Shamspeare. Oh, I said Shake Sham earlier, I'm pretty sure. Shake Shack is a... Shake Sham sounds like Shake Shack, where you can get good burgers. The defendant has already admitted to visiting the victim on the night in question. Mr. Shamspeare collapsed in his room as a result of poisoning by strychnine. He was found the following morning when the landlord, suspecting something was wrong, broke down the door. This means, I presume, that the doctor to the victim's room was locked at the time of the incident. Correct, my lord. It was locked from the inside, making an entry or exit from the room impossible. Shutakumi sure loves his locked room mysteries. Although the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, loves to tell tale, he very nearly didn't. The man was halfway to heaven when we first found him. I was the first officer on the scene, my lord. And I have a photographic print here that I took at the time to show how it looked. Yeah, the judges in Great Ace Attorney, both the one in Japan and here in London, are a lot less, brain-addled than the one in the main series, it feels like. Yes, a chilling scene indeed. The man looks very much deceased. That's right. Everyone present believed that's exactly what he was. Very well, I shall accept this photographic print as evidence for the court. A photographic print of the scene taken by police upon their arrival. The victim can be seen unconscious at the table, having been poisoned. Well, I mean, think of it this way, Soseki-san. Even if you do get, found guilty here, at least it's not murder. The sentence won't be as harsh, allegedly. Now then, Mr. Natsume. Yes? As the defendant, do you have anything to say at this juncture? They're haunted. Haunted by evil spirits? Good gracious, what's haunted? My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. The tenant before me died in mysterious circumstances. A woman was stabbed by no one on the street outside. My neighbor was poisoned, and me. What about me? I've nearly been killed countless times. Killed, Mr. Natsume? How? Even on that fateful night it happened, when I returned from Mr. Shamspeare's room. I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me. You must always extinguish all fires before retiring for the night, Mr. Natsume. But it's so cold, my runny nose would freeze. The point is, I didn't poison my neighbor. Oh, why am I being accused of this? Why is my existence so cursed? Thank you, witnesses. I believe I have a reasonably clear picture of events. If I could raise one more point, my lord, one more conclusive point. Conclusive? Go on. Fortunately, the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, has regained consciousness after his ordeal, and he has named the true culprit. The poison consumed by the victim was administered in a cup of tea that he drank on the night in question. Tea, my lord, that was brought to the victim's room by the accused. The accused? Good grief! Alright, now the jury's gonna do that thing where they light all the fires at once, and I'm gonna have to do my funny trick. Is Natsume complaining about carbon monoxide poisoning? I'm, like, fairly convinced that's what it is. Like, the reason so many people die in that apartment or feel like they're being... Like, Natsume says he feels like he's being strangled at night. It's because he leaves his stove on and can't breathe. That is what I'm pretty sure that is what it is. Yes, KB in the world. I think that is correct. Order! Order! Yes, that's the crux of this whole case. If Soseki-san is innocent, then why? Why was the victim accused him? Well, Mr. Natsume, what have you to say to this accusation? That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamspeare's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. And this is the result! Never will I touch tea again, never! The public pump was frozen, you say? That's not information we've heard before. So maybe wherever he got the bottled water from was poisoned. That will do, thank you. Now, according to our laws, the defense must have the opportunity to cross-examine witnesses at least once. Therefore, I call upon these witnesses now for formal testimony. I presume the prosecution has no objection? None whatsoever, my lord. Good. Then you will give your account of events on the night in question to the court now. Yes, my lord. This poor guy. Poor Soseki-san. The catastrophic night. It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor, and I took some tea with me as a gift. We had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room at around 11. Ah, my tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he? Strychnine takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands. Okay, that's not a lot. Soseki Natsume, you smell something? Nope. Always remember to check your carbon monoxide detectors. There are no such thing in early 20th century England. You fool! There are no carbon monoxide detectors. We're all dying of carbon monoxide and asbestos poisoning. Don't forget the coal dust. Yes, I see. It all seems relatively straightforward. We're all dying of carbon monoxide poisoning, asbestos poisoning, coal dust in our lungs. The Industrial Revolution sure did a number on the British. Excuse me, but that testimony does raise one rather crucial point, I think. Mr. Natsume claims his tea to have been harmless. Presumably, though, the teacups have been examined for traces of the poison, haven't they? Why didn't I think of that? Well, as it happens, no. We haven't been able to. Did I hear you correctly, Inspector? Scotland Yard has failed to examine the suspect substance. How could you have overlooked something so important? Isn't that the first thing you should have done? Oh boy, this is the part where Von Zeke is going to insult us a lot. Yeah, they were using. I mean, I'm pretty sure even like in America and stuff, they used asbestos as insulation. I think it was insulation. Even like throughout most of the 20th century, like all the way into like the 80s, I think it was common. I'm only guessing this because it's really funny whenever I read like an old issue of the Fantastic Four from like, you know, the original Stan Lee, Jack Kirby stuff from the 60s and and Johnny Storm, the Human Torch, was like, oh boy, it sure was nice of Reed to make me this asbestos suit that doesn't burn up when I use my powers. So, I'm pretty sure this place, you know, a lot of asbestos in early 1900s London, I'm pretty sure. My learned Nipponese friend is falsely incensed. The inspector said Scotland Yard was unable to examine the tea, not that it was overlooked. Unable? Why? It's simple enough. There was none left, not a drop. Someone must have been very thirsty indeed. With current scientific techniques, it's not possible to test for poison under such circumstances. We only need a drop, but that one drop does actually have to exist, funnily enough. They couldn't have gotten Shamspear to throw it up? The lack of examination notwithstanding, it appears none other than the tea passed the victim's lips on the night in question. What about the soap? That had a bite taken out of it. I see. Thank you. The matter is clear. Cast your eyes over the jury, my learned friend. What? You can see it in their faces, I'm sure. The recognition of the accused's guilt. Your client's fate is all but sealed. In mere moments from now, you will lose, and your compatriot will be damned for all eternity. He's right. I can feel all 6 of the jurors looking daggers at me. Slap. Oh, there it is. I love the slap. But I can't let them beat me down. I won't. Counsel for the defense, proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. He looks so nervous. You can do it, Ryunosuke. Excuse me. Hang on. I have to move something on my royal desk. They could do a urine test? I don't know if they if that works for poisons, and also I don't know if urine tests were a thing. There's many questions we don't have answers to. All right, let's cross-examine. Well, let's see if we can bring up that thing you said about buying bottle water. Were you and your neighbor good friends then? Oh, no! We weren't friends, not at all, not at all. Never, ever. A simple no would have sufficed. Then, why did you decide to pay him a visit? Mr. Shamspear fancies himself as having great literary knowledge. As a fellow scholar of English literature, we find much to talk about together. Come now, no Nipponese could understand the finer points of English literature. All right, buddy, let's tone it down at least a notch here. And on the night in question, what was the topic of conversation as well, I presume? Yeah, exactly. Dude gets taken to court every day. It's no wonder he wrote about how much he fucking hated London. That and all the racism. Though I guess the court part would have been a part of that. It was the day of my last trial when I was acquitted. I'd just arrived back at my lodgings when I ran into Mr. Shamspear outside on the street. That was at around 6 o'clock. We exchanged 1 or 2 pleasantries, but it turned into a heated discussion. He was on his way out at the time, though, so I promised to visit his room that evening at 9 to continue our debate. But did I have ill intentions? No, not one, not two, not any, not at all. Never, ever. That's true. I would also hate being in London. That place is terrible, no matter what year it is. A simple no would have sufficed, I feel. Then tell the court what did happen when you visited the victim's room. Hold it! A literary debate about Shakespeare's works, I think you said, didn't you? Shakespeare? Ah, very worthy topic of conversation, I must say. Oh yes, my lord. Romeo and Juliet, who was stronger? It was a profoundly pleasurable parley. That's right, they were power scaling, I forgot. Romeo and Juliet. Who was stronger? I know I'm going to regret asking this, but how did the debate go? Well, we both agreed that we would reach a conclusion more quickly with a reenactment. So we battled it out, in a Greco-Roman style, naturally. Fuck you, Leatherman. What? Mr. Shakespeare had all sorts of costumes in his room for such a contest. So, when you say a reenactment, you mean you were actually in costume? He as Romeo, I as Juliet, and after a rigorous, wild tussle. So wait, let me get this straight. They were cosplaying as Romeo and Juliet, and then they wrestled, and that decided which of the characters they are talking about was stronger. That is how they power scaled Romeo and Juliet. This is just like anime conventions. I, as Juliet, came out on top. A victory I'll cherish forever. I dare not imagine the terrible scene of carnage. The fact remains that it was you who prepared the tea and took it to the victim, correct? I boiled the water in my room and made a pot to take with me. I'd heard that he was too poor to have tea himself, you see. I also wish all power scaling was like this. I think if all power scaling nerds just like beat each other up as the characters they think were stronger, then life would be a lot simpler. It's true, there was no sign of any tea leaves in the man's room. I wanted to do something nice, to be friendly. So why is everyone looking at me with such suspicion? My tea was harmless, of course it was. And do you have any basis for that statement, witness? Hold it! Okay. Yes, there was not a drop of tea left in the victim's room anywhere, was there? That's correct. Anyone would think the fellow had never had a pot of tea before. He must have licked it dry. Which is a pity, because one drop is all we would have needed to analyze it for poison. And you say that you returned home to your room at 11 o'clock, Mr. Natsume? Yes, definitely. By heaven and earth, I swear it. The landlord was able to verify that, as it happens. He confirmed that the defendant went back to his room at 11 that night. And how is the landlord able to attest this? He, said it was the lamps, I believe. The lamps, Inspector? When tenants return to their rooms and start using gas, the lamps in other parts of the house flicker. Yes, Mr. Garadeb seems to pay a lot of attention to the comings and goings of his tenants. Ahem. There's only one key to Mr. Shakespeare's room, I know that for certain. So he must have locked the door himself from inside his room. The victim has confirmed that to be the case, yes. So I'm right, my tea was harmless, completely harmless. If you take poison, you die. Everyone knows that. It's not that simple, I'm afraid. What do you mean? Right. The poison does not kill immediately. Strychnine. So wait, if they couldn't analyze the poison, how do they know it's strychnine? How long does it take for symptoms to appear then? According to the coroner I was speaking to at the yard, about 30 minutes after the poison's consumed. Then the victim suffers violent convulsions, cramping, and stiffness, and eventually dies from asphyxiation. So there's a 30-minute interval between when the poison is ingested and the onset of symptoms. I've noticed both of our cases so far have had poison involved. I wonder if that's a theme. There seems to be a lot of different types of poison in the world, that's for sure. Oh dear, death by poisoning again. It's always so awful. 30 minutes is a long time. Certainly long enough for the victim to have locked the door behind the accused after he left. You can't deny that. and it further degrades Soseki-san's alibi. I have the medical report from the doctor who examined the victim here, my lord. It spells it out, really. The accused is the only person who could have done it. Very well, the court will add this report to the court as record evidence. A report issued by Scotland Yard medical officer. It obviously mentions the poison as well as the other details gleaned during the police investigation. Oh yes, I see it here. Delayed onset of symptoms. Great. The victim would have been... Okay, I want to look at that thing he gave me. Yep, that's him. Ingestion of a small quantity of strychnine. Toxic effects present 30 minutes after ingestion. High likelihood of the substance having been mixed with the tea the victim was drinking, but no sample could be obtained for testing. The poisoning incident occurred at around 1:30 a.m. on 21st February. Assessed from the victim's pocket watch that appears to have broken when the man collapsed after the delayed onset of symptoms. But Soseki-san said he went back to his room at 11. That might be the key here.
Hold it!
The argument still stands, you say? This is what Mr. Natsume has been saying, isn't it? The pair of them drank tea together that night, so if there was poison in it, the victim wouldn't have been able to lock the door after the accused had left later on. Exactly! Ah, me and my tea are innocent. Sweet and innocent, I tell you. I'm afraid, sir, that doesn't follow. You see, strychnine is a slow-acting poison. In other words, it takes time for symptoms to appear. So you could have left the room up to 30 minutes after the victim drank the tea. And as long as you did that, Mr. Shamspeare could have locked the door after you'd gone. But no! We drank the tea straight away. The battle over whether Romeo or Juliet was stronger, that came after the tea. Do you have any evidence to support that statement? In my great homeland, the Empire of Japan, we have a saying, drink tea while it's hot. Sure, a proverb will satisfy the prosecution. Yeah, it just makes it sound like he's changing his story when he says, well, we drank the tea after we wrestled. I'm afraid there's no conclusive proof to support the defendant's assertion. On the contrary, there are sufficient grounds to infer his guilt in this matter. No. That's the extent of their testimony, is it? If I could voice a personal opinion, Mr. Naruhodo. Of course, go ahead. Mr. Natsume is arguing for his innocence so adamantly and so persistently, yet Inspector Gregson just brushes what he says aside. It's really quite infuriating. I agree. So we need to find an inconsistency in what the inspector is saying, I think. I'm afraid so. As things stand, the jurors are sure to find Mr. Natsume guilty. As I see it, what we need to focus on is the poison and the tea. Let's listen carefully to this testimony again. Yes. Is there anything left? Wow, there really is nothing left in these teacups. This is the teacup from which Mr. Natsume was drinking. Yes, unlike the other one, the inside of this cup is completely clean. I suppose he must have drunk... Oh wait, no, there is some left in the other teacup. I suppose he must have drunk the contents before the tea had a chance to leave a mark. I always gulp it down too. Sorry, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, if you just sip it little by little, it goes cold. Clearly, shall have to instruct you in the proper way to take tea. Okay, so there is a little bit left in this guy's. This must be the cup that Mr. Shamspeare was drinking from then. It's stained on the inside. Tea does that, I'm afraid. Even green tea. Oh, really? I've never noticed before. You've never noticed? Well, I never leave it in the cup long enough to leave a mark. I like to gulp it down. Drink tea while it's hot. That's the Japanese way, isn't it? Oh dear, so many people seem to have the wrong idea about our culture, and most of them are Japanese. Do I sip or do I chug? Oh, I definitely prefer sipping. It's way more comfortable that way. Like, if you chug it, you're just gonna burn your mouth. I really like, a nice, like, chamomile tea with some honey in it. That tastes delicious. Bum, 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 bum. You've never had tea before? You can find some pretty good tea out there. So he left at 11. I'm going to try to present the medical report.
Objection.
Yeah, there we go. Apple and cinnamon tea with honey, that is also very good. The argument still stands, you say? I think not, Inspector. Come again? I think you'll find that you've overlooked a very significant chronological inconsistency here. A chrono what? What are you all about? According to this report, the victim must have consumed the poison at around 1:30 in the morning. And yet, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, left the victim's room at 11. Ah! Yes, that's right. There's more than 2 hours of missing time there. I love Ryunosuke's smug look where he's got his hand on the hilt of the katana. It's so good. In other words, if there was poison in the tea that Mr. Natsume brought to the victim's room, how could the victim have fallen ill to it 2.5 full hours after the defendant left? They both have the same animation. The defense's argument is entirely reasonable. How do you respond, Lord Van Zieks? Oh, he's doing it. He's doing it. He's so confident. This is the part where Van Zieks is like, "Ha, I knew about that the whole time, and I didn't tell you." Pray forgive the discourtesy if my mind has wandered. I was considering what cuisine would best complement the contents of my hallowed chalice this luncheon. How could it have happened, you ask? I love it. I do hate to shatter illusions, but my Nipponese friend appears to be chasing a phantom idea. A phantom? Is it so hard to imagine that the victim drank his tea after the accused left? For example, at the time stated in the medical report. Yes, at around 1:30.
Objection.
Mr. Natsume brought the tea with him to drink together with his neighbor. And in Japan, there is a well-known saying, drink tea while it's hot.
Objection.
And in my country, there is an even more apt saying, there is nothing more refreshing than cold tea. Now, that's more of an American thing, is iced tea. The point is, if there was such a long gap, there may be other ways to explain how the victim came to be poisoned. Other possibilities. What sort of possibilities, counsel? I don't know, I was making things up. Well, for example, the man could have had another visitor. Another visitor? That's a very bold assertion, my learned friend, from someone who has nothing to substantiate it. Or, the victim could have taken the poison of his own volition. You suggest this may have been a suicide, counsel?
Objection.
Mr. Shamspeare has categorically denied suicide. The idea can and must be discounted.
Objection.
Oh, no, he's doing his weak slap. That means he's lost his confidence. He's on the wrong track. But he could be lying. What am I going to do with you, you idiot? Are you kidding me right now? I'm not even going to respond to this. Is something wrong, Lord Von Zeeks? I was listening to the sound of the carriage pulling up outside the courtroom. Pray, forgive the discourtesy. Carriage? What carriage? It would seem that the key player in this case has just arrived. Uh-oh. Whomst. I'm not reacting, I already knew about this. Oh, I see, it's Shamsphere himself. Out, brief candle, lights but a walking shadow. A poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage and then is heard no more. Look at this dude. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. It's from Macbeth. That is my favorite soliloquy in Shakespeare. Who, sir, are you? William Shamspere, my lord. Alas, 'twas I, undone by these bitter events. I am the victim. What? What's he doing here? I like his scepter. The prosecution seeks to call this gentleman to the stand. With his testimony, my learned friend's futile existence will be utterly crushed. You're calling him as a witness? Very well, counsel. I grant your request with interest. I'm curious to discover what the court shall hear from the victim himself. Look at this dude. Happy am I, Shamspere, to regale thee with my tale of woe, my lord. What? I still have my own tale to tell, my own tale of worse woe. I can regale the court with the tale of woe of my perfect innocence, in perfect English. That will do, Mr. Natsume. Let the court now hear from the victim. Okay. Look at his face. Oh wait, why is he here? Alright. So that's Mr. Shamspere. But who's that other man beside him? Yes, I feel sure that we've caught a glimpse of that man before. Yeah, he was outside the window. He was outside the window, outside Shamspere's window on the street. State your names and occupations for the court, please, witnesses. A writer of words so sweet they do scent the breeze, an inventor of ideas so profound they compose the earth. The unrivaled poet, the unmatched scribe, William Shakespeare. Will the great bard to be recalled to life anew? Lo, what a magnificent man! Good fellows, I am he who ponders such a miracle, William Shamspere. Oh, their name's Merterman. Adrian B. Merterman. Fucking Popeye-looking dude. Why is he doing a common writer pose? I work for the Altamont Gas Company, East End branch office. Ah, I remember now. It was yesterday on Briar Road. Oh yes, she's right, it's him. Yeah, he was there, in the background. Oh, what's this? I think we saw him in the first game, too. He was, like, snooping around here before. What's that man doing over there? He looks like he's trying to see into Soseki-san's lodgings. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Excuse me, could we have a word? I'm leaving. It's like that guy. It's like that guy from that one GIF who like pieces out and fades out of existence. Yeah, he was arguing with Shamspear. That's right, in the first game. Yes, we spotted him outside Mr. Garadev's house that morning. And he's a gas company employee? What does he have to do with this case? So, Mr. William Shamspear, you are the victim in this miserable affair, correct? Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember? That sweet poison that didst cross me and cross mine innocent lips. I subpoenaed him for the trial, with his doctor's permission, naturally. Hearing the testimony of the aggrieved will remove any room for doubt from the jurors' minds, I'm sure. Behold, you have only to rearrange the letters of my name to see that me's a seraph, an angel indeed. Wait. Yeah, okay, I guess that does work. Shams. Yeah, okay, that does work, actually. Thus be I noble of mind, a sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart, as all heavenly angels be. Because there isn't a less contrived meaning in your name. No, not at all. The jurors seem to be very moved by this man, I'm afraid. They all love him. They're actually taking this seraph anagram idea seriously? Thank you, witnesses, for your illuminating introductions. But my lord, what's the man next to Mr. Shamspear doing here? The gas man, I mean. Ah, what? Me? Well now. Allow me to enlighten my learned friend. You recall, I presume, your earlier impertinence? When you suggested that the victim had another visitor to his room on the night in question, and moreover, that the victim is a compulsive liar. What? No, I didn't quite say that. This young chin-stroker here is here to controvert your wild claims, conclusively. Is that not so, Mr. Metaman? Oh, I get it. He's the meter man. He checks the gas meter. Hang on, no, I'm just here. I hereby call for your formal testimonies. You will tell the court as lucidly as possible what happened on the night in question. One may smile and be a villain. Yes, it doth pain me, but let the truth be spoken, the truth of that wintry night of my discontent. This guy, Mr. Chinstroker, doesn't seem to have much... He doesn't seem very, decisive. The snow lay about, and my neighbour did cometh in the evening, bearing a gift of tea. But marry, bitter was his drink, and when he left I did fall prostrate on my table. 'Twas the tea alone did pass my lips that late hour, naught else. I was outside this bloke's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room. No one else visited his room but that short little round back eastern fella. I'm trying to find the voice for this guy. I think I've landed on it. Wait, what did you say? You were keeping an eye on Mr. Shamspear's room all night? That's right. Of course, the bloke's window is all blocked up, isn't it? But there's a little gap in the bricks where you can see into the room. So I spent the night trying to keep my teeth from chattering as I peered in through that. The question is, sir, why? Well now, that's because he's on my list. What a piece of work is a man. Wherefore wouldst thou not stare in wonderment? What's the fucking... I have to... The way this dude talks in that last sentence just reminds me of, why do they call it of in when you of in cold food of out hot eat the food? What are you talking about? This buzzing busybody is not part in this play. I pray thee, pay him no heed. Make no more ado about his tedious words. What you say about me? You're back, why is hyperbolic Popeye here? Apparently he was just staring through Jamsphere's window all night watching him. Which is very weird. Calm yourself. This court is concerned with what happened on the night in question. Nothing more. Indeed, that is so. And as the testimony we have just heard clearly reveals, there was no one other than the accused present at the time who could have carried out this crime. But, like, isn't it kind of suspicious this dude was just looking through the window all night? Do you really buy that? Well, I believe this may be the final testimony of the trial. Now, counsel, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Alright, I don't know what the fuck is going on anymore, but we'll find out, I guess.
Hold it!
To be clear, by neighbor, you are referring to the defendant, Mr. Natsume. Oh, indeed, sire. Perchance thou wouldst call him the man from upstairs? And at what time did the mustachioed Nipponese visit you in your room? Our meeting was promised for the hour of 9, and lo, did he come to tender a gift of fragrant tea. Details which are in accordance with the defendant's own testimony, yes. And we were broiled in such a literary debate as history hath not wrought before. By which I presume he means their discussion about who was the stronger, Romeo or Juliet. I, Shamspeare, did play the part of young Romeo, whilst my neighbor played the fair Juliet. Each of us dressed as would our characters be, to bring light upon our merry experiments. I dare not imagine the scene. Yeah, me neither. Frailty, thy name is woman. Canst thou imagine how dismayed I was? Yes, I heard of the eastern art of jiu-jitsu, but ne'er did I dream 'twould be a skill practiced by the comely maiden. Juliet knew jiu-jitsu, didn't you know? Juliet beat Romeo up. This is not helping our case. I believe the court has heard enough about your earth-shattering literary debate. Perhaps you could reiterate your statement about the tea that the accused brought to your room. My liege, I am thy servant. Gladly I would do thy bidding. This guy's animations are pretty wild.
Hold it!
Let me stop you there. Mr. Natsume left your room at 11 o'clock, but it wasn't until after 2 that the poison made you collapse. That amounts to more than 3 hours of missing time. What is... Can you explain this animation to me, please? What are you doing? What is this? Can you explain this, please? What's going on here? What is this a new dance craze? Can you elaborate on this interpretive dance? Is he trying to tell us his testimony through this wiggling? If the defendant had really put the poison into your tea, that 3-hour window of time is something you're going to have to explain. Gladly, 'tis an easy task. What? I did drink of the tea not while my guest did tarry, but after he took leave of me. Faith, 'twas stone cold, but At 1 hour post midnight, verily were my lips parched.
Objection!
That doesn't sound normal. You're a freak. Nay, 'tis quite ordinary, sire, after all. Thou wouldst recall our fiery debates. Amidst such argument there'd be no time for fiery tea. Romeo and Juliet again, and who was stronger? Mr. Shamspeare, in summary, allow me to confirm. Did you not come here with the intention of naming your attacker? But of course, my liege. 'Twas the stupid lover of words did attempt to shuffle me off this mortal coil. We all know what that means. He's trying to Korean backdash? I don't think he's doing it right. 'Twas the tea alone did pass my lips at late hour, naught else. Oh wait, I gotta go back.
Hold it!
So, you didn't have any kind of evening meal, dinner, supper? Fie on luxury, fie on gluttony. To eat thrice daily is but a waste of time. Sorry? I would that my belly were full, no more oft than the sun doth rise. What is he? Okay. Well, most heroic eating habits, I must say. Night and day do I fill my hours with learned study of the great bard and playwright. Hence is it that there doth not in my chamber be than the costumes of mine art. That would appear to be the case, as even a rodent has found starved to death in your room. That's actually pretty funny. This dude does not eat. No wonder he's insane. Now I think of it, it's not just food that was conspicuously missing from the room, is it? I don't recall seeing a single play or script anywhere. Oh my god. Oh my god. Is he the guy who goes online to argue about books he hasn't read? Oh wait, no, he ate them. For I have devoured them all. You've eaten them? What did you miss? Well, we've met... Shamspeare's in court now. He's an insane person. Every word be within my skull. Didst thou imagine otherwise? Right. That wasn't misleading at all. Now, could you turn around, do you think? Which brings us to the conclusion that the only way the poison could have passed the victim's lips is the tea. I was outside this bloke's window. Right.
Hold it!
But the windows of that house have all been filled in. A historical artifact of the now defunct window tax. Yeah, you're right, yeah. I blicked up horribly. But as it happens, there's a little part of the brickwork at the bottom corner that's been opened up. I was looking in through that gap. Yes, there were a few bricks loose, weren't there? And for some strange reason, a couple of bars of soap lined up on the ledge outside as well. I don't like going around poking my chin in other people's business, especially on freezing cold nights. But them's my orders. That's what I'll keep doing, as long as there's breath in me body. I wasn't expecting such grace. What's with all the theatricals today? Out of interest, Mr. Meaterman, after the accused had left and returned to his own lodgings, did you see the victim leave the room at all? No, he never left. He was in that room the whole time as far as I'm concerned. And we can therefore discount the possibility of suicide. How can you be so sure of that? The police carried out a thorough investigation of the scene and found no receptacle for the poison. And since we know the victim didn't leave his room and hence didn't dispose of the poison's container himself, it's clear that this was no attempted suicide. Only the culprit could have removed the receptacle. Yes. Lucidly explained, Counsel. Thank you. It really was. You can't argue with that logic.
Hold it!
You say a short little round-back Eastern fella. So you can't be sure it was the defendant then.
Objection!
How many other short little round-back Nipponese with a mustache do you think there are in London? Well, of course, it's only a narrow gap and it was quite dark, so I didn't notice the mustache. But he shoved up around at that 9, so I'm pretty sure of myself. And when the person you saw arrived, did he and Mr. Shamspear drink tea together? Nah, sorry, I couldn't say. That's a very suspicious pause he had there. Why not? Because I couldn't see into the room all that well, could I? But what I did see was the silhouette of that little round-back fella wearing a pretty dress. And the pair of them started some kind of wrestling match. I tell you, I didn't know what to make of it. Yep, sure. That's what they were doing in the dress. I suppose that was the Romeo and Juliet championship battle getting underway. Mr. Meterman, allow me to confirm one final time. Apart from the accused, can you state with certainty that no one else visited the victim on the night in question? No question, Gashman's honor. What now? Oh, okay, we're doing this. My lord! Goodness me, yes, Mr. Foreman. I've kept my mouth shut and listened up to now, but this has gone on long enough. Are you all with me? Yes! Are we to understand that you ladies and gentlemen of the jury are in agreement with one another? Oh boy, we're gonna do the thing. That you've reached a unanimous decision. Too right we have. Are you all with me? Yes. Wait, no. The defense is in the middle of a cross-examination. To be honest, I was holding out a bit of hope for you, young man. Especially after you identified those few hours that followed the accused leaving the victim's room. Yes, the 3 missing hours, as you put it. But, in the end, what difference do they make? None, as far as I can see. And since that's now apparent, there's really no reason to delay our decision any longer. Like I was saying before, if I don't take 5 bob home with me tonight, the missus will blow her top. What's that? Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said. Yeah, we gotta talk down the jury and also make them angry at each other instead of the defendant. Very well, let the court be appraised of your decisions. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, will state your leanings as the defendant's culpability.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty! Guilty!
Oh no. Don't worry, it's not over yet. It's not over yet, Snake. All of you? Well, it would appear that the jury is indeed unanimous. So, this time at least it seems... This time at least it seems justice will be done. All's well that ends well, as they say. This calls for a toast, I feel. To the guilty being punished. Ugh. Ah! Get up, Mr. Naruhodo, please. The trial isn't over yet. What do you mean, Miss Susato? What about the information I found in this encyclopedia of British law I have? That obscure right that belongs to the defense in these situations. Remember? Let me peel myself off here. A summation examination. Yes, that's right. We don't have a jury in Japanese courts, of course. But here in British court of law, if we can reverse that decision of a majority of the voters, of the jurors, this is an election, we can force the trial to continue. Ooh, all right, I'm up. This trial can't end now. Whatever it takes, I just can't let that happen. The defense moves to invoke its right to a summation examination, my lord. Why am I not surprised at my learned Nipponese friends' admitted inability to admit defeat? You choose to cling desperately to some archaic rule you barely comprehend instead of accepting the truth. Certainly no other defense counselor in recent times has exercised the right to a summation examination. Because they all know that once the jury's mind is set, it cannot be altered. I don't know, I did it like 3 times in the last case. In the last case of the first game, that is. Nevertheless, the right remains and must be upheld. The defense counsel's request is granted. This court will proceed with a summation examination as outlined in the Encyclopedia of British Law. Thank you, my lord. Are you and your fellows prepared, Mr. Foreman? Believe me, my lord, we know all about this young lad's tenacity. And we're ready for it. Very well. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby call upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime for which he stands accused. So now we gotta do that thing where we find the inconsistencies in their reasoning and sort of make them quibble with each other, make them fight each other. The victim might not be well off, but he's a noble man and straight up. There's no reason to doubt the man. Well, I do declare the good gentleman has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid. Just look at the accused by comparison. He's Japanese, stoops all the while, and has a moustache. Very fishy. There's no evidence to suggest the gangling actor is a fraudsman, for now at least. I really don't care, like. I just need this trial to end quickly. 3 hours of missing time is nothing when you reach my age, you know, nothing at all. I see. I knew it. Every single one of them seems completely convinced. It would seem that all the jurors have come to the conclusion that Mr. Shamspeare is a fine, upstanding, and honest citizen. If you ask me, they've all been bewitched by his strange theatrical movements. And sadly, nothing Mr. Natsume has said appears to have registered at all. Well, here goes. Let's not forget. I've pleaded with the jury on Soseki-san's behalf before, and it worked, so you never know. Before we begin, it might be an idea for me to remind you exactly how a summation examination works, Mr. Naruhodo. I know you only did it 2 days ago, but the players had did it like maybe a year ago. Oh. Well, you're still very new to British law, after all. That's true, I suppose, and Soseki-san's fate is entirely in my hands now, too. There's always a chance I might have forgotten some crucial detail. Perhaps I should hear Susato-san out. I know this pretty well. I don't need to do it. Thank you for the kind offer, Miss Susato, but I've been through plenty of these summation examinations already now. I think it's important that we don't delay the start any longer than necessary. Of course, I understand, and I'm quite sure you're right. If you're confused by anything at any point, you can turn to me for advice whenever you like. I would never forget a game mechanic. I'll be here for you. The key to this is really listening carefully to each juror's statement, finding 2 that are contradictory, and pitting the corresponding jurors against each other. Without further ado, please, counsel, proceed with the Summation Examination. Yes, my lord. So, we gotta find the two that are stupid. I do really like the examination for this, where Ryunosuke, like, walks around. It reminds me of, like, you know, old law procedural TV shows, where you know, like, the lawyer, like, walks around and addresses the jury very, very theatrically. Also, look at the dude in the background. Look at Shamspeare in the background. Look at that face he's making. Looks like a fucking troll face. Why does he look like that? The keys to summation examinations is identifying contradictions between jurors' statements, Mr. Naruhodo. Right, and once I've found two jurors whose statements can't coexist, I need to pit those jurors against each other. Then, hopefully, when they see what they're saying doesn't make sense, they'll change their leaning. Yes, and if you're able to change the minds of a majority of the jurors, the trial will continue. But conversely, if you're unable to do that, the judge will declare the trial over and move to adjudication. And I can't let that happen. Somehow or other, I have to turn this trial around. I mean, I guess we gotta press them. I didn't see that's something that immediately stood out.
Hold it!
Well, there are plenty of people in London who seem noble but poor. Couldn't some of them also be liars? I've no doubt about it. Like that shaky client of yours, for example. Absolutely not. Mr. Natsume is no liar. Look, the point is, the only thing that passed the victim's lips that night was the Japanese man's tea. When you take the Gosman's testimony into account as well, the truth couldn't be any clearer. Well, that's alarmingly logical. But let me be frank here, I'm a gentleman with a gentleman's values. If it turns out that the old Shakespearean chum is a rotten liar after all, I'd gladly change my decision about the defendants. And I'm sure my fellow gentlemen on the jury would do the same, isn't that right? Well, yes, perhaps, though I don't see it happening. What's that? Elderly gentle the end here, you know, you'll have to speak up. Look, I really don't care about all this nonsense, I just need this trial to be over. How many gentlemen do we actually have on the jury, then? Alright, sir. I may hold you to that. Don't forget what you said. Huh. Aha, it updated.
Hold it!
Are you saying you believe the man to be trustworthy because he's rather splendid? No, that's not what I said. The point is, the man is a victim here. What reason would he have to lie? And yes, he is rather splendid. So you say, yet again. Meanwhile, the man who stands accused behaves so suspiciously it's exhausting to look at him. I'm afraid he's not splendid at all. Splendid logic there, madam. Thank you so much.
Hold it!
No. Not one of those things is a reason to find the man guilty. But he is fishy. There's no point dancing around the fact. He's Japanese, he has a mustache, and he stoops. You see, you arrive at the conclusion in just 3 steps. 3 steps, like a waltz, in fact. I'm very racist. You know, the more I think about it, the more this trial seems like a dance. You seem to be several steps ahead of yourself, though, and you're on the wrong foot. No, there's nothing but circumstantial evidence here. There's no proof of the defendant's guilt. The victim's versions of events is backed up by the big is backed up by what the big-chinned man next to him says, isn't it? 1, he saw the Japanese man there. 2, he saw no one else. And 3, he saw the Japanese man there. Oh, that's another 3 steps. All this really does seem more and more like a waltz, doesn't it? That was the same step. Right, and the prosecution will waltz its way to victory if I let you speak much more.
Hold it!
A fraudsman? What do you mean by that, Adam? I don't know. Ho ho! It really is a most tiresome problem for the company, most irritating. Oh, she's from the gas company that Popeye works for. We can be absolutely certain that a customer is stealing from us, but without hard evidence, we can't even threaten to take action for fear of being sued. I'm sorry, you've lost me a little there. Who are you? I'm the wife of Augustus Altamont, owner of the Altamont Gas Company. Good gracious! Altamont Gas, you say? Gas is the future of energy in this country and around the globe, but proper handling is essential. You must go now, and good night, Jesse. Thank you for watching. As I'm sure our employee from the east end of the branch office would be the first to agree. Absolutely, Lady Quidby. Got to be used properly. Altamont Gas is the best in the world, of course. Might be back later. Ooh, woo. Okay. Well, if you do, I'll see you then. Ah, I think we may have solved the mystery of the bow from earlier, Mr. Naruhodo. Right, oh, bow, not bow. Right, he bowed in deference to his employer's wife, did he? Ah, so would I be right in assuming that the reason Mr. Meterman was watching what Mr. Shamspeare was up to in his room? I'm afraid that there's no end to the lengths the population of the East End will go to in order to steal our gas base. They should. I think everybody should steal gas more. Siphon your local truck. Siphon your local gas station. So I really have no choice when the company identifies somebody as a possible fraudsman, but to dispatch a worker to watch the suspect day and night. Oh, that's why he was doing it. We're very thorough in our investigations. So you mean Mr. Shamspeare is... I wouldn't come out and say it in public. Oh, an umbrella. But you can finish that sentence with a grubby little gas thief. You have noticed a public gallery in here, have you? The eye of man hath not heard, the ear of man hath not seen. Faith, wouldst thou wound me with thy words, were I to let them penetrate the skin? But seraphs hear not insults, only choirs of angels in song. We may not have hard evidence yet, but my workers won't stop buzzing around you until they find it. Oh, that's her theme. She's a bee. I get it. She's the queen bee. You personally suck the gas out of the gas station pumps whenever you go get a snack from them? That's the ticket. I hope you steal the snack too. And when they do, you'll find yourself blasted back to your angelic heights in Altamont gas explosion. She's just like, I'll kill you. I'll blow up your house. So, Mr. Shamspeare has been stealing gas. I wonder, juror number 4, if you wouldn't mind adding that information to your statement. My pleasure. Was it the bit about ripping that thief apart you enjoyed? A little before that part about the violence, if it's not too much trouble. Yes, of course. This could be it. This could be shift the balance. I think I know what to do now. The victim puts on a fine performance, but in reality he's a common thief of my company's gas.
Objection!
There we go. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious, to whose statements do you refer, counsel? Juror number 1. What are you yelling about, lad? Yeah, I like this animation a lot. I presume you've heard juror number 4's statement, made by the wife of the owner of Altamont Gas. Well, yes. The victim, who you claim to be a noble, straight-up man, in fact, turns out to be a common thief. So the good lady says, but there's no evidence, is there? You and I have both heard them say as much. It's true, we don't have evidence as such just yet. But the claims aren't baseless, you know. What? You heard me, seeing as his operation has already been compromised. I would suggest that the court hears testimony from our East End branch office employee over there. Oh yeah, and his bag looks like a... Okay, yeah, they're bees. I'll do whatever you... hang on, what was my voice for this guy? I'll do whatever you say, my lady. Gashman's honor. It was a little more cockney. Juror number 1. You say you're a man of your word. If I could show that Mr. Shamspear was a liar, you assured me that you would reconsider your decision about the defendant's guilt. Yes, I did say that. And as a man of honor, I'll hold to it, as I'm sure the other gentlemen of the jury will. Me? Well, yes. Now that we've found out the man's a liar, perhaps we've ought to reconsider the matter further. Well, if I'm perfectly honest, I haven't heard half of what you've all been saying. So if this means you'll recap a few points, that would suit me down to the ground. Oh no, I'm not having any part of this. I want this trial over and done with. In that case, I shall change my leading. So, Mr. William Shamspear, if that is your real name, we of the jury demand to know exactly what kind of a man you really are. Bop, 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 bop. We're back in it, baby. That's 4 jurors. 4 for not guilty. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Victory! Well, not quite victory. They'll change back as soon as they think he's guilty again. It just means we get another try at this. Order! Order! Well, this is quite extraordinary, I must say. As a result of the defense's summation examination, the jury's leanings has changed. Now, only 2 jurors say guilty, whilst 4 say not guilty. I therefore declare this court to be in a state of disaccord, and order the trial to continue. Da-da-da-da-da. Shut up. You have spoiled the bouquet, Mr. Shamspear. He looks like he's gonna cry. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury now find that they are unable to trust you, the victim. But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. So God mend me, I do swear. This gasman speaketh that which concerns him most, naught but gas, naught but thin air. Aye, it burneth bright a while, but it hath no substance, and it doth reek foul. Oi, what do you say? Do I take it, Mr. Shamspear, that you deny the allegations of gas thievery? Most heartily, my lord. Hast thou forgot? I am as a seraph, an angel. Noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart. Oh, you flowery mouthed pompous beanpole, just 'cause I haven't got the evidence yet. Mr. Shamspear, if, in fact, you are not noble of mind, sweet of nature, or honest of heart, if you are a liar, then your testimony should have no sway in this courtroom. I'm not talking to you. It is my considered opinion that at the present time no other possible culprit of this crime has been identified. All testimony heard by the court thus far heavily implicates the defendant. In short, it would not be unreasonable at this stage for me to rule on the case. Oh no. However, in light of the fact that the jury has expressed concern about the fidelity of this witness, I believe it would be inappropriate for this court not to pursue the point further.
Objection!
I assure you, my lord, that would be a waste of the court's time. The gas in this case are unrelated. Juror number 4. Yes? Didn't you say before that although you had no hard evidence to prove this man has been stealing gas, you have strong grounds for suspecting him? That's right, we do. Don't we, worker? Absolutely, Lord. I keep losing my voice for this guy. Absolutely. Absolutely, Lady Quinby. Gasman's honor. I can't quite do it. I don't know why I keep losing it. Or you. That's kind of what I'm going for. This is a hard voice to keep up. Very well, then. We will hear your testimony now. You will tell the court precisely why you believe the victim, Mr. William Shamspeare, has been stealing gas. Yes, my lord, it'll be my pleasure. Oh, wait, she interrupted him. If I may, my lord. Go ahead, madam. This worker's testimony may have a significant bearing on the good name of my husband's company. Therefore, I should like to take the stand alongside him in a supervisory role, if you wouldn't mind. Simp. Woohoo! Oh yeah, Swedish honey. Yeah. Very well. As an exception, I shall honor your request. Thank you, my lord. You wait till the boss gives you an earful. Oh, it's gonna sting, you mock my words. So, you will both testify before the court on the subject of the illegal consumption of the Altamont Gas Company's fuel. Yes, is that clear, my good man? Clear as Altamont gas, my lady, which is the clearest in the world. I don't think gas being clear is actually a good thing. Like, that just means it's watered down, right? Do you think the gas has gone to his head, Mrs. Otto? I think the man is just a very dedicated employee, Mr. Naruhodo. She do be kind of bad, though. I'm proud to be the company's East End branch investigator and meter money collection agent. Altamont Gas keep meters except 0 penny baits each coating, giving customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas. And yet, the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room didn't have a single coin in it. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though, and the collection agency has the only key. Somehow he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. If that's not thieving, what is? I don't know. I don't know how these weird contraptions work. Pray forgive the discourtesy. The irrelevance of this testimony has caused me to turn to my hallowed chalice. My learned Nipponese friend, you drive me to drink. What do you mean by that remark, Lord Van Zeeks? Did the mustachioed Nipponese poison the gangling excuse for an actor, or didn't he? That is all that should concern this court, and yet now we must listen to this abhorrence. I'm not thirsty anymore. Clearly, what separates the vast British Empire and your eastern island nation is more than geographical distance. But this could turn out to be crucial testimony. The cross-examination must go ahead. I don't need this either. Do what you will. Lord Van Zeeks appears to be in a violent mood. Yes, he does. An attempted poisoning and an incidence of gas theft with no supporting evidence. It's true that they would appear completely unrelated at first glance. But I wonder, the truth tends to be buried in the most unusual places. And the first step in uncovering it will be to establish just who and what this man really is. I have no idea what's going on with these people. This case has gone in a weird direction.
Hold it!
So does that mean you enter people's houses in order to empty their gas meters?
That I do. I have to try to catch people when they're in. Then I ask permission to come inside and do my business.
Does that mean you've been into Mr. Natsume's room before, as well as that of Mr. Shamspear?
Well now, interesting you should bring that up, 'cause I couldn't believe how little money was in his meter. I mean, how the pair of them survived the winter is beyond me, it really is.
Knowing Mr. Natsume, he probably spends all his gas money on books. Well, Natsume said he turned the stove on, but would he need to put money in the gas meter for that? And then when he's finished reading them, he probably burns them for warmth.
You will kindly reiterate your statement about the gas meters themselves, Mr. Meterman. Not much to say, really, but as you wish. Hold it!
Through penny. I've never heard of a through penny. So all London houses that have a gas supply are fitted with these gas meters, are they?
They're the latest model, the height of technology, developed by our company, Altamont Gas. And anyone who uses our gas will have one of these meters in their property, yes.
So if a 3-pence coin gives 2 hours of gas, most people would use about 3 coins in a night.
A bit more than that, usually. They have both gas lights and a gas stove, that is.
Thinking about it, Soseki-san does have a fireplace in that room of his, does he?
Some people still choose to use candles, of course, and only have gas for heating.
Yes, I do remember seeing candles in Mr. Natsume's room, actually. And how does the money in the meter get back to you at the gas company?
Every 3 days, gasmen like me visit properties on the gas supply and empty the meters of coins. I must say that the design and manufacture of the new meter costs the company an awful lot of money. But happily, it did put a stop to people not paying their dues for the most part.
Because they have to pay in advance, you mean?
Yes, exactly right.
Energy companies sure are evil. It's not a brand of evil I can respect. My brand of evil is bringing chaos to the natural order by burning it all to the ground. Also the part where I make everybody worship my radiance. That part too. And okay.
Hold it!
Out of interest, how long has this been going on?
Weeks and weeks. She's been pinching gas your force for ages. And you've examined the meter in Mr. Shamspear's room, I take it? Naturally. We took it off the wall and went over it with a fine-tooth comb.
And found nothing suspicious at all, I presume?
No, I'm afraid we didn't. Which is exactly why I demanded a new type of meter to be produced. One with an indestructible lock, the Shamspear Special.
That sounds like it would have cost an awful lot of 3-penny pieces.
But even after all that, the rascal's meter was still empty. Oh, never forget the humiliation. When I opened up the money box and found it bare. You what? I said, you what? Oi, you what? And the look on his face, the smarmy smile of his. I pulled the meter straight off the wall and took it back to the office. But you know what? Nothing. Not a trace of it being jemmied open anywhere, not a single sign. And what's happening to my salary as a result? down by 3 shillings a day, that's what.
A life-threatening situation in a number of ways. Incidentally, what became of that meter?
Nothing became of it. I've still got it.
Oh,
Right here.
no wonder they call you the meterman.
I think it would...
Sorry, I was still too cockney for the judge. He's more posh.
I think it would be...
See, I'm stuck. I'm stuck.
I think it would be prudent for the court to sequester this item while the trial is ongoing.
Yeah, I'm doing my best. I'm trying to do so many varieties of British, it's hard. A meter that dispenses gas for a set time after... See, I even started doing it while talking normally. That's not good. I don't want to be infected by British. For a set time after a coin is inserted, it sports a very strong lock, developed especially with Mr. Shamspeare in mind. Definitely, although at first glance, there doesn't appear to be anything unusual about it. Let's move this along, shall we? Continue with your testimony. Though I would say it has as much value as the contents of that meter.
Oof.
Let me look at this. Let me look at this. Has it really not been tampered with? That's a very sturdy looking padlock, isn't it? And the money box is sealed with beeswax, too. So if Mr. Sholmes were to get up to any mischief, he'd be found out immediately. Mr. Naruhodo, mischief is that kind is not the sort of thing that Mr. Sholmes would... You know, you didn't finish that sentence, don't you? Well, anyway, it's understandable that the gas company would want to safeguard the money that's rightfully theirs. But it does feel a little over the top, perhaps, doesn't it? Hey, there's a hole. Oh, what's this? Have you spotted something, Mr. Naruhodo? Just here. There's a little hole. Do you see it? Goodness, you're right. I wouldn't have noticed. It's not a very neat hole, is it? Not professionally made, I'd say. So, you think it might have been opened up by Mr. Shamspeare? Possibly. It seems the people at Altamont Gas must have missed it. Well, it certainly seems to go all the way through to the inside. Yes, but there's no way a coin could fit through there. That's true, but even so, it seems more than a little suspicious. I wonder, like... Yeah, I love how Sudata was like, she had to stop mid-sentence because she's like, damn, he would do that. Is there anything I missed? I don't think so. So I wonder, like, okay, Shamspeare makes this hole. Maybe he can, like, poke something in there to turn on the gas? I'm not sure. Well, I know what to present now.
Objection.
Lady Altamont, I'm afraid to say that this meter clearly does show signs of having been tampered with. What?
Get away. I've been bent over that thing. I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with it.
In that case, what do you have to say about the small hole that's been made at the base of the coin box?
Hole? What?
You're right. You're quite right. There is a little hole there. The meters aren't supposed to have that. None of the others do. In other words, we can assume that Mr. Shamspeare secretly opened up this hole himself. Yes, I wouldn't be at all surprised. But why?
Yeah, why? I mean, it's tiny. You couldn't get a farthing through that.
Lady Altamont, I wonder if you could give the court some more details about your meter design. What sort of details? Well, what I'd specifically like to know is... how it's dismantled. I don't think I'll get in trouble for choosing either of those. How could the meter be dismantled? Dismantled? Yes, given that there are no signs of it having been forced, I'm wondering if perhaps rather than being broken open, it might have been taken apart. Well, yes, that does make some sense. The padlocks are made by a first-class locksmith from the finest quality steel. And the meter box itself is made from plate steel as well, welded shut to ensure it can't be opened again. I can assure you, it's quite impossible to dismantle it.
Woohoo, yeah, nothing leaks from Altamont meter, no coins, no gas, no nothing.
I see.
The witness will amend her formal testimony with the information in case it is pertinent.
As you wish, my lord. So, they weld it together and it can't be opened again. But how do you open it to get the coins out?
Hold it!
Has anyone ever tried?
Oh yeah, they've tried, but they've all given up before long.
After all, if they actually broke the meter, the company would be able to take legal action. Yes, that makes sense. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Is its welded steel construction significant? Or perhaps there's some other aspect of the meter's construction that we should be focusing on. Yes, you may be right. Yeah, let's ask about the coins. How does a meter tell the difference between different coins? What do you mean? Well, for example, if someone were to put in a 1-penny coin, that wouldn't work presumably, would it? No, of course not. So, well, how does the meter know that the coin it's been fed is a through penny bit? Ah, I see what you're getting at now. The meter tells coins apart by their shape and size, which includes their thickness. A through penny bit is about 3/4 of an inch in diameter, you see. Other coins just won't fit. Ah, I see. It's clearly been very well thought out. Let me look at this. Let me look at this again. I don't know if that looks like 3 inches or not. As you wish, my lord. Or 3, did she? Right.
Hold it!
But conversely then, it would seem that anything matching a 3-pence coin exactly in terms of diameter and thickness could equally well be used. Would, that be true? Well, yes, in a way. The weight comes into it to a certain extent as well.
We've thought of that here anyway. If I find any fake coins inside the coin box when I empty the meter, the contract says the customer has to pay 100 times the amount they diddled as a fine.
Holy shit. That's really excessive.
We live for moments like that, us cashmen do live for them. It would seem the gas company has thought of everything. Woohoo! Hurrah for gas! Hurrah for cash! Altamont all the way!
That's quite enough of that. She's poking him. Remind me, how big are through penny bits? About 3/4 of an inch across. I guess, did the English at this time use these measurements, or would it be the meters? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Is this 2 centimeters measurement significant? They did use imperial at the time? Maybe, so here's what I'm thinking. Maybe, Shamspear made a hole big enough for the through penny to, like, fall through after he puts it in the thing. So he puts it in the thing, it turns on the gas, then it falls out of the bottom, and he can just keep using the same coin. I think that's what's going on here. I mean, did they say the measurements of it? Wait, did he... There's no way a coin would fit through there, he said. No way a coin would fit. Let me look at my other evidence. Oh, it's leaking out of it. So, Oh, look at this bar of soap. There's a circular depression on the side, about 2 cent. Oh, the wax in the soap. There was like wax. And it melts and falls out. That's what that puddle is. There was like wax stamps in the soap. You know, like the kind you put on a letter back in the day. There was some sort of reddish medallion. Yeah, okay. And it melts from the heat of the gas. Okay, I get it, yes. Whoever opened this envelope didn't bother with a letter opener or scissors, did they? Yes, whoever opened it was clearly someone with an unrefined temperament. And judging from the angle of the rip here, the person in question must have been right-handed. Miss Susato. I think perhaps someone's been reading too much of the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Hey, you could never read too much of it, Mr. Naruhodo. Never. The map. Yep, that's the receipts. Okay. No, I think this is right.
Let us return to the testimony.
Of course, my lord. As I was saying, Altamont meters are unsurpassed. They can't be manipulated. I certainly didn't expect to uncover another crime that looks like it's been taking place in the very same room. According to the testimony, it's only the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room that's under suspicion. It does seem as though perhaps it has nothing to do with the incident involving Mr. Natsume. I know, it does seem that way, but the fact is, since I've been practicing law in England, I feel like I've encountered this at least once already. Cases that are interlinked. Oh. It might seem that two cases have nothing to do with one another at first, but in fact they're intimately connected. Yes, we have experienced that before, haven't we? I wonder if this is another instance. Perhaps, but we can't be sure of that yet. The Altamont Gas Company has been investigating Mr. Shamspeare so earnestly. There must be something to it, but then how has he been managing to steal their gas? Okay. I'm going to present the soap. There we go. Let me just confirm something here. If the diameter and thickness were to be correct, the meter would accept any object as if it were a through penny bit. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. Well, by something of a coincidence, while we were investigating Mr. Shamspeare's room, we found a particular item that matches the dimensions perfectly. Something the same size as a threepenny bit. What was it? The item in question is this.
What? Have you been inhaling gas? That's a bar of soap.
It certainly looks nothing like a threepenny bit, I must say. It looks like I'm going to have to point out exactly what I mean here. The soap. So important about the soap is this bit here.
Got it!
Got it! You have to turn over the soap to see what I mean.
Oh, are you referring to that round depression in the middle of the soap there?
That's right, a depression that's approximately 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Or in other words, almost exactly the same size as a threepenny bit.
Get away! Does anyone here present have in their possession a threepenny bit? Quickly now, hand over your coins, ladies and gentlemen.
It sounds rather like a highway robbery, doesn't it? The judge is robbing them.
Thanks to a kind member of the public in the gallery, I have here threepenny bits. Now, to see if it fits. My word, it couldn't be more snug.
Yes, as I suspected. This, without a doubt, is a vital clue to explain how the Altamont Gas Company is being defrauded.
Well, I don't believe it.
Bop, 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 bop. So, your assertion amounts to what? That some inferior bar of soap has a tentative connection to the theft of gas? Yes. The depression in the soap was clearly made by a threepenny bit.
I must concur at least that pushing a coin with some force into a poor quality bar of soap such as this is a remarkably simple way of replicating the coin shape. And then you could use, well, some melted wax or something to pour into the mold. You could make 4 coins in no time.
I think the wax is exactly what he did. This brings all the pieces of the puzzle together. It's the method Mr. Shamspeare has been using to steal the gas. That's the missing link. And now, if I follow the chain of thought, it's going to bring me to a new explanation for what happened that nobody's considered yet.
But this is all nonsense. If the man has been making fake coins, my workers here would have found him when he emptied the meter. Quite true, Lady Altamont. In the absence of some black magic that could make them disappear.
I see. That's what we're dealing with, is it? There's one form of black magic that could cause the fake coins to disappear into thin air, yes. Exactly. And the meter here gives it away.
What on earth?
I like it whenever Von Zeke's gets into the mystery and he's like, oh, I see. Oh, I see where you're going with this, you silly Nepalese man. He's like, oh, okay. I see what, you're right, okay, fine. He's like, oh, that's alright. There are remnants of the magical method used visible on the gas meter taken from the victim's room.
If that is your assertion, counsel, the defense will identify these remnants for the court at once. Where on the meter can the remnants of the method used to make the fake coins disappear be seen?
The hole. I am pointing to the hole.
Got it!
I've got the hole. Get that hole. Put it in the hole. We found this bar of soap at the scene of the crime, just outside the victim's window.
Outside?
Yes, outside, where you yourself, Mr. Meterman, were loitering in the freezing winter air. That's where we found this soap.
Oh, I get it.
That's right. The answer, of course, is ice.
Did you say ice? Ice?
Mr. Shamspeare has been leaving soaps like this outside his window each evening filled with water. After a night outside in the bitter cold, the water is completely frozen solid the next morning. Then he takes his fake coins of ice and feeds them into the gas meter, giving him light and warmth in spades. As his room becomes very comfortably warm, the ice now inside the meter's coin box melts, turning back into water and draining harmlessly away through the small hole made in the underside of the meter. That is how, without leaving any evidence of his wrongdoing, this man has been stealing Altamont gas. Well, we did it, gang. We solved the mystery.
Just like that, so simply. Is he trying to make us look like idiots? He's been fooling us all with some bars of soap and some water.
That's right, madam.
I don't believe it. It can't be true. Do you have any idea how much money we spent to develop that new meter? And now you have the audacity to suggest that a bit of soap and some water can render it totally useless.
I'm fairly sure I didn't design it.
Evidence. Sorry, I want evidence. If you're going to stand there and tell me our meters are rubbish, I want to see proof.
Oh, I didn't. Is this a new expression for Susato? I've never seen the cry eyes. She's very good at enforcing accountability, isn't she? Very well, Lady Altamont. If you'd like evidence, I'll provide it.
What?
Mr. Naruhodo, are you saying you do actually have evidence to support this theory? She is coping and seething. She's so mad. I did notice a trace of something that bothered me a little at the time. Yeah, I saw it in the photo too, the water puddle. And I have a feeling that this theory we've come up with now could explain it. The piece of evidence that substantiates the theory about how Mr. Shamspear has been stealing gas is this guy. This is a photograph of the scene at the point when the victim was discovered, taken by Inspector Gregson. And it clearly shows the remnants of the crime carried out by Mr. Shamspear. What remnants? Here you can see the gas meter on the wall in Mr. Shamspear's room. Now, look closely at the floorboards directly underneath the meter. I'm glad I didn't make us point it out because it's so obvious.
What is that? Some kind of grubby stain?
Almost certainly, it's a water stain resulting from the liquid that drained out of the hole made in the meter.
Ah!
If one coin gives around 2 hours of gas usage and the occupant was heating his room in all his waking hours, we can imagine he would have used around 10 of his fake coins each day. The melting ice inside the meter's coin box would have been dripping out almost constantly. He should have just put like a bucket under the box. Like a little ice tray and poured it back in the soap. I don't know. Recycle, you know? Leaving a stain on the floor.
This is awful.
And there's further evidence, too. Mr. Shamspear slumped over his table, apparently having consumed strychnine. And right there next to him is a bar of soap, broken in half.
You're right. It would appear to me then, Counsel, the man was eating the soap, was he?
Pardon me for disagreeing with your lordship, but... certainly not. He didn't beat about the bush there, did he? In truth, Mr. Shamspear was found with a fork in his hand.
A meal of soap is sounding increasingly likely, Lord Van Zyck. Do you mean to say he was using the fork to...
Yes. To extract a frozen coin from the bar of soap.
Ah!
But the bar broke in half. So perhaps it didn't go very well.
Good gracious.
Oh, there was a stain on the table too. That must have been where the ice coin melted. I don't need this anymore. I've got so many. Lord Van Zyck's? I was throwing my hand up in despair, and happened to catch my hallowed bottle on the way. Pray forgive my maladroit mistake. Yes, that definitely wasn't on purpose.
What is the meaning of this, Counsel?
Allow me to pose my learned friend a question. What exactly did you establish with your most recent cross-examination? Well, that Mr. William Shamspear is a liar and a thief. Yeah, we attacked his credibility, basically. That was the whole point of this bit. We attacked Shamspear's credibility. In other words, that his testimony is unreliable. That's it. That's exactly it. Very well, let us assume the man is a liar. Now allow me to pose another question. What possible difference does that make? Well, we know that suicide can be discounted. Scotland Yard's investigation revealed no sign of another vessel that contained poison. And on the night in question, there were no visitors to the room except the accused. The young gasman's testimony, which we have no reason to doubt, has confirmed that. Furthermore, the only possible way the poison could have entered the victim's body is via the tea. The court has seen no evidence whatsoever that suggests otherwise. Even if William Shamspeare is the liar you claim him to be, these facts have been objectively established. There's no escaping it. Therefore, in light of these facts, the prosecution calls for immediate adjudication. You... What? Owned. It was all just a funny joke. It accomplished nothing.
Order! Order! Well, counsel, how does the defense respond?
Mr. Naruhodo? Alright, I'm up. What was the point of that last cross-examination? Did it actually get us anywhere? Or did it make no difference at all, like Lord Von Zeeks is saying? I'm going... I don't really have an option here. No, this isn't over. The defense will not rest. What?
But, counsel, you've successfully explained everything. You've identified and substantiated the unscrupulous method employed by Mr. Shamspeare to consume gas. What more is there to discuss?
Lord Van Zeeks has just highlighted 3 facts in order to make his point. But contrary to what he would have the court believe, not all of them have been objectively established at all. What are you trying to say, my Nipponese friend? At least one of these so-called facts is an assumption made due to a lack of evidence. Oh no, he got me. Yeah, this is the one I've been talking about the whole time. But the situation has changed now following the cross-examination of the latest witnesses to take the stand. Don't be absurd. What is this nonsense? Yes, when you bring everything we've learned so far together and consider it as a whole, it's clear. There's a question that we now need to reconsider, namely, was the poison in the tea? We've all been led to believe that the strychnine poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspeare was in the tea brought to him by Mr. Natsume, but that's conjecture at best.
Objection!
The victim has testified that nothing else passed his lips that night. There's no other possibility. And since there was no trace of the tea left at the scene, it couldn't be tested for traces of the poison. But that's wrong! But that's wrong! Look at this! Look at this! When will I get to show you this? Let me show it to him.
Objection!
As I said, the situation has changed. Because in fact, some of Mr. Natsume's tea was left at the scene. And a particular piece of evidence proves it.
Objection!
A ludicrous claim. Scotland Yard detectives investigated the scene exhaustively. What evidence are you suggesting they missed?
The defense has made a bold claim indeed. Very well, counsel. Present your proof. What evidence from the scene of the crime can tell us about the nature of the defendant's tea? The cops.
Take that!
What exactly is this piece of evidence supposed to reveal about Mr. Natsume's tea, counsel?
Oh, wait. What? Come on. It has a little bit of tea left in it. Alright, I guess I have to think again. Ow. Sometimes I wish I could disappear down a deep chasm to escape his deep sarcasm. Alright, Hmm. Why can't it be this one? Wouldn't you test the T ring?
Take that!
I pressed the wrong button. I meant to examine it. Okay.
Take that!
Okay. All right, fine.
Good gracious! The Sopa Gang, the same bar the victim used to fashion his coins of ice?
Yes, that's right, my lord. It's just come back to me. Something about when we first found this bar of soap at the scene yesterday. It's more bars of soap. Soap? What are bars of soap doing lined up on a ledge outside the window? I'm quite certain that when we originally stumbled upon the bars of soap, there was actually a frozen coin in each bar. So you discovered the... Oh, King of Bunnies, thank you for the resub. I'm also very glad Capcom is giving Ace Attorney more attention. It took them forever, but they finally localized these games, and they're some of the best in the series, so they did that. I'm hoping Shu Takumi does more Ace Attorney games, whether it's Ryanosuke or something else, because these have been my favorites since the original trilogy. I've really loved them. Certainly more than 5, and I never played 6 because I liked 5 so little. I don't know what Ace Attorney 7 will be like, though. So you discovered the gas thief's coin factory. Fascinating. In a way, yes, but there's more. The coins we found in the soap at the time weren't normal ice.
There was something strange about them, you mean?
Exactly, something very obviously strange. They were red. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's why I thought they were wax earlier. They were red. I remember it wasn't clear water. So I guess that could have been the tea that poisoned him? The ice was red. No, you mean... That's right. It's obvious to me now. The fake coins in the soap were made from frozen tea.
What?
I would remind the court of a statement made by Mr. Natsume earlier in this trial.
That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea to me with me when I visited Mr. Shamspeare's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. And this is the result. Never will I touch tea again. Never. Ah, yes, I believe there had been a snowfall that day. It was particularly cold. Sadly, on such occasions, the poorly constructed water mains in the East End are prone to freezing.
So on the night in question, Mr. Shamspeare, having no water running to use, was forced to use a tea brought by Mr. Natsume in order to make his fake coins.
My word!
So... That's right. Okay, so if he used the tea to make his fake coins, then he never drank it. That's why there was no tea in... Like, not a drop of tea left in Shamspeare's cup. Right? Because he poured it all out to use for coins. He didn't actually drink it. There were 2 bars of soap on the window ledge when my judicial assistant and I investigated the scene. That's right, and we only borrowed one of them. Which means that even as we speak, some of the defendant's tea is still present at the scene of the crime, frozen solid in a bar of soap outside of Mr. Shamspeare's window, so they can test that.
Extraordinary.
Earlier today, Inspector Gregson informed the court that if even one drop of the tea remained, Scotland Yard would be able to analyze it for poison. As such, we are now in a position to prove or disprove what has until now been mere conjecture, by finding it out for sure whether or not Mr. Natsume's tea actually contained strychnine at all. Ah, you smug Nipponese. He does look, to be fair, Ryunosuke does look very smug with his hand on that sword. My lord, we cannot do the defendant the injustice of passing judgment now. The police should be dispatched to recover the remaining bar of soap from the scene at once, and the defense requests a thorough analysis of the frozen tea embedded in it, to determine whether or not it contains any poison. Let's fucking go.
Bailiff, bailiff. Instruct the police to attend the scene at once.
Yes, my lord, understood. Let's see what happens. I wonder what the tea will contain.
It would seem we have no choice but to suspend these proceedings for the time being. I trust you have no objection, Lord Van Zeeks.
None, my lord.
Scotland Yard will recover the tea from the scene and carry out the requisite tests immediately. The trial will resume at the same hour tomorrow.
Oh.
The prosecution and defense may conduct further investigations as appropriate in the interim.
Yes, my lord. Alright, we gave ourselves some more time. I guess we're getting a second investigation phase. Well, we managed to scrape through there somehow.
Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned until tomorrow.
Da da dun 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 dun. To be continued. Yeah, I remember all the investigations in the previous game just being one day of investigation, then the full trial, which was unusual for Ace Attorney. Usually in the later cases you have like multiple days of investigation, so I guess they're piling it on in this one. Yep, investigation part 3. Okay. Okay. I'm going to take a short break. I will put myself in recess for just a couple minutes to grab a drinking because my voice is a little parched from all that speaking in funny voices for you all. And also, yeah, it'll just be a minute, so please wait patiently. It will be a very short amount of time until you hear my voice again. So I will be right back. There we go. Ahem hem. Hello, I'm back. Hello, everybody. Oop, there I am. Court is back in session. My court, not the game court, because we actually got another day of investigation. Got an extra day. We get more investigating. Let's go. Usually doing that sort of thing, it's like, we gotta put the court in recess to investigate more. That's usually done in later cases. It's a pretty new thing for me to do it now. Phew, we made it back in one piece, just. To be perfectly honest, I thought we were finished there for a while. Oh, I know. What a lot of close shaves. There are so many carriages on the streets of London, you were very nearly flattened several times. Oh, no, I didn't mean that. Yes, I know. It was a marvelous defense, Naruhodo-san. It really was. I was in awe of you. Oh, thank you. And now that your fervent exploits have won us some more precious investigation time, let's see if we can't find some new clues for court tomorrow. Yes, let's do that. Is everything alright? I suppose I still can't quite believe it, that's all. That I'm here in England, working as a lawyer, I mean. In the Old Bailey, no less. The truth is, it shouldn't be me, should it? It should be him standing in my shoes. He's still got that survivor's guilt, Ryunosuke does. It should be Kazuma. It was Kazuma-sama's wish that you follow him to Great Britain and work alongside him. Yes, I mean, I never had the chance to ask him exactly why, but he clearly had a plan. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for him. And you're doing wonderfully, Naruhodo-san. I've no doubt that Kazuma-sama would say exactly the same if you were here with us. Thank you, Susato-san. Thank you. You gotta be more confident. Let's talk about it. It was quite a shock earlier today, wasn't it? When the victim himself turned up in court and took the stand? I know. Not only that, but then finding out that he is actually a barefaced gas thief as well. Yes, that was certainly a surprise to us all. For a while, it seemed as though everyone had quite forgotten about Soseki-san poisoning the tea. Careful of your phrasing, Susato-san. He didn't poison anything. And there's more to this, Mr. Shamspear, than we yet know, I'm sure of it. Mr. Shamspear certainly wasn't the noble, upstanding man everyone thought he was at first. What's become of him, exactly? I was told that he'd be returning to the hospital ward where he was receiving treatment. Oh, which one is that? Let me see. Ah, yes, he's at St. Bartholomew's, or Bart's as Londoners call it. We know that place, don't we? Yes, we visited Miss Green there yesterday. It's the same hospital which she was taken. Ah, yes, after Soseki-san stabbed her in the back. Do be careful of your phrasing, Naruhodo-san. He didn't stab anyone. Perhaps we both owe Soseki-san an apology. St. Bartholomew's. Yes, we should probably visit the hospital later. Okay. Well, that's one stop. So, we know that Soseki-san took the tea to the victim on the night in question. But as he isn't the culprit, then obviously... Yes, the poison surely wasn't in the tea. But if that's the case, how on earth did the poison get into Mr. Shamspear's body? I'm sure we'll find a clue at the scene. There must be something in Mr. Shamspear's room that would help solve the mystery. Well, naturally, Scotland Yard detectives have been over the place already. But it couldn't hurt for us to have another look around, and I think... Definitely. And I'm desperate to know the outcome of the investigation into the tea left in the bar soap. Well, if we run into Inspector Gregson, we could ask him about that. Okay. So the tea is probably not poisoned. Kazuma Asogi, the best friend I ever had. And a lawyer with such promise. He really saved my bacon in that horrible incident just before we left Japan. It's a flashback. to my boy best friend. I can still picture him now, looking so fierce and determined in court. That's just something us guys say about each other. And then after that trial, that crazy idea he came up with. As a stowaway? Yes, you can fit inside my trunk if you curl up small enough, I'm sure. No one will know. Kazuma, won't you tell me why? Why go to these lengths so that I can accompany you to Great Britain? Well, it's been on my mind ever since we got through that trial. That you really ought to go into law. Be a defense lawyer. You've got a natural talent for it. Believe me, I guarantee it. But I've never even thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, I can't force you, obviously. You'll have to decide for yourself. But anyway, London is the cultural capital of the world. The city at the forefront of everything. It can't hurt for you to see with your own eyes. No, that's true. I suppose, though, if you were to become a lawyer, then one day... One day what? Oh, no. Never mind. What did he mean by this? Naruhodo-san? Oh, sorry, I was just thinking about Kazuma. Yes, he's forever in my thoughts, too. To change the Japanese judicial system for the better. That was his dream. And that's why he so desperately wanted to come to Great Britain to study, of course. Yes, that's right, but... Yes? I do wonder if his true intentions lay elsewhere sometimes. I don't know. The thought just takes hold of me every now and then, that's all. What did he mean by any of this? Naruhodo-san, what do you mean by Kazuma-sama's true intentions? Ha! This perspective looks like a boomer shooter. It's like the Doom. He's holding the katana like a Doom weapon. I mean this. His katana? I never expected to inherit this sword after Kazuma passed away, of course. No, I know. It was because I asked you to take it. When I have it at my side in court, I feel as though it gives me courage. Yes. Actually, the night before he died, he told me a little about the sword. Karuma? That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. Something you have to do? Yes. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course, I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through the end with you. Dudes rock. I knew you wouldn't let me down. What did he mean by something very important that I have to do? I had hoped the answer to that question would become apparent when we arrived here, but as yet, I've not found a single clue. I see. Oh well. Check this out. So you've been wearing that ever since we arrived in Great Britain, haven't you? Well, it's what shows I'm a lawyer, so it seems appropriate. I'm not sure that it really means much in this country, though, I'm afraid. I wouldn't say that. It might not be official, but it looks official. Often when the police stop me, I just show them this and they leave me alone. You're stopped by the police? Often? Well, you know, I'm a suspicious foreigner dressed all in black with a sword at my side. I do think it's probably the sword that's the main reason. Still, it makes me happy to see you wearing it. And the armband. Yes, I made up my mind that I'll carry them always. This symbol of who I am, and the sword Karuma. Neat. Okay. There's a Sholmes down here. Oh, I guess we'll find out. Oh, Runo and Susie, hooray, you're back. Hello, Iris. You're in fine spirits as always, I see. I am, and you look as immaculately presented as ever, Susie. Oh, you flatter me. Well, you couldn't have come back at a better time. I've just made a pot of tea. I'll set some cups. Really? Thanks, Iris. But actually, what is that foul smell? Oh, there he is. I was wondering if we would see Sholmes again in this case. Aha! The Wanderers return at last. What on earth have you the pair been up to? We've been in court? Oh, for Mr. Moustache's case. That was today, was it? I'm sure I mentioned it only yesterday, Mr. Sholmes. I'm sure you think you did. Well, we can laugh about it now. So tell me, how did the trial go? Reasonably well so far. We've managed to escape without a guilty verdict at least. Really? I would have liked to see it. And I must pass the time of day with Mr. Reaper again. It's been too long. Is Lord Van Zieks an acquaintance, Mr. Sholmes? Naturally. There's not a person in the world who doesn't know my name, Mr. Naruhodo. Not quite what I asked, but still. Mr. Sholmes, whatever is that odor? Yes, what is it? It's faint, but absolutely awful. Ah, indeed. That's the scent of victory, my dear fellows. Victory in science. Oh, dear. All right, I'll bite. What's he up to now? What are you up to, Mr. Sholmes? But first, take a look at this. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, about this. Shush! Not another word. Ah, yes, I see. This would be a collar for a breed of miniature canine with a particularly long neck, and for winter use. Actually, it's the armband I always wear that symbolizes my role as a defense lawyer. Precisely, which leads us to but one conclusion. Your arm is, in fact, the particularly long neck of a miniature canine. I'm starting to wish I'd never shown him this now. The man's barking mad. Okay, tell me about your odors. Also Lord Van Zieks. Lord Baron Barak Van Zieks. Yes, it's an interesting sobriquet he has, isn't it? The Reaper of the Bailey. Once the legendary prosecutor has fought for someone's conviction, that person is doomed. Even if he or she is found not guilty by the courts, sooner or later the hapless soul will vanish from the capital. But vanish how exactly? I'm facing the camera now, that means I'm serious. You have to see me in full frontal profile. By falling under a passing carriage, or drowning in the Thames, or succumbing to a sudden fever, or quite out of the blue being set upon by a highwayman. There are numerous routes to one's final terminus, my dear fellow. It all seems a little far-fetched, really. Well, on the bright side, Mr. Moustache is fighting fit, for the time being at least. That's not overly reassuring. If the rumors are true, though, the obvious conclusion would surely be that those acquitted are, well, by Lord Barak Van Zieks' own hand. As it happens, Miss Susato, that is quite impossible. Oh, why? Naturally, the man very quickly came under such suspicion. However, whenever these incidents occurred, the Reaper always had a cast-iron alibi. I'm sure he did. Really? And so his reign continued, but 5 years ago, he vanished from the courts, never to appear as a prosecutor again. That is, until you arrived in the country, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, so I've heard. In fact, it was the very day I arrived when I was thrust into the trial at the Old Bailey. That bitter fight to the death coincided with the Reaper's resurrection, and really did end bitterly indeed. And then here you are, facing Mr. Reaper again. Poor Runo. I don't know if you're just incredibly unlucky, or incredibly unlikable. I think it goes deeper than just me. I sense a general loathing of all Japanese people. What did he... Japanese people is the topic for today. With Mr. Natsume, who I'm currently defending being Japanese, as well as Miss Susato and myself, I felt it even more keenly in court today. For some reason, Lord Von Zeke seems to have an inherent disdain of the Japanese. Indeed. It is an interesting observation. Do you know something about it? Do you, Mr. Sholmes? It was about 10 years ago that Beric Von Zieks chose to enter the legal profession. However, before that time, the young man's closest companion hailed from the Empire of Japan. No. What the? Tell us more, Mr. Sholmes. What happened? I believe I've made it clear before. I'm unable to tell you anything about the affair. I don't want to tell you. I don't want to talk about it. Oh, you find out for yourself later in the plot. It's a little silly. Oh, but... The veil will be lifted on the events of that past in due course, I have no doubt. For now, however, it is Mr. Moustache who is most deserving of your attention, I believe. Alright, fine. Tell us what's stinky in this room. So, what is that indescribably foul smell? Ah, well, probably this, I would say. Oh, is this strychnine? What is that? My dear fellow, it is, of course, my latest invention. A chemical test that can identify whether or not a tea is a genuine at the drop of some tea. Oh my! There are some unscrupulous sorts manning the stalls along some of London's less frequented streets. They regularly sell what purports to be a high-quality tea, but is in fact merely dyed leaves of drab flavor. Well, that's certainly unsavory behavior. Get it? Because unsavory also means it tastes bad. So, when one is presented with what appears to be black tea, one must be careful. Iris! I love how she looks with her goggles on. It looks like she's just got big round eyes. At the ready, Hurley. Let us add a drop of my chemical to this tea here. Do you see what happens? It turned completely black. And what a foul odor it's giving off. Indeed, the blacker the tea becomes and the more foul the odor, the better the tea is. It seems like a waste of tea. It would appear that this cup was a particularly fine Darjeeling. That's very ingenious, but what do you do with that black liquid now? Why, dispose of it naturally. Surely you wouldn't like to drink it, would you? There does seem to be a rather obvious problem with your new invention, Mr. Sholmes. Hence why this chemical test is merely a test, my dear madam. Right. The point is, we are entering a new era of science, in the world of criminal investigation also. Yes, forensic science. Oh, these are such exciting times. I regularly engage in this scientific experimentation alongside my unofficial consulting detective work. The Sherlock-Holmes method will be the foundation upon which modern investigative technique is based. This little tea indicant was a happy byproduct of my ongoing forensic science research. Forensic science? I suppose I should find out more about that. Tell me more about forensic science. With Bill Nye the Science Guy. Bill. So, your tea test, is that an example of forensic science? Indeed it is. An essential tool in cases that hinge on the knowledge of whether some tea is of higher or inferior quality.
not a huge number of cases, then. Perhaps a more practical example is required. Fingerprints? Not yet accepted in our courts as evidence, I might add. Really, we are dragging our heels there. I hadn't even heard of them until recently. Which is partly why I undertake research in this field myself, of course. Does that mean you're studying fingerprints, Mr. Sholmes? There are others in that field already, and I abhor the company of inferior minds. No, what I am researching is skin prints. Skin prints? A nomenclature of my own design, as is this chemical agent that makes it possible. It instantly reveals objects touched by whichever person is under investigation. Brilliant, Mr. Sholmes. As long as it doesn't turn everything completely odorous and black. I assure you, my dear fellows, you will witness my forensic talents in action very soon indeed. Why? What are you going to do? You freak. Well, I think we should go back to the scene and see if we can uncover any new clues. That's the spirit, Runo. See you later. Yes, until later. No, Mr. Sholmes, we were thinking you'd come with us. You were? Yes, of course. You said so just a moment ago. You said we'd witness your forensic talents in action. Ah, yes, I do recall saying something along those lines. But you go on ahead. I shall be sure to follow you later, in all likelihood. Probably. Maybe. Well, I might. Your commitment astounds me. Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes. We'll eagerly await your arrival, if he shows up. Bye-bye, Runo. Bye-bye, Susie. Well, I guess that's the end of that conversation. I guess we'll go to the hospital first. See if we can talk to Shamspear. Recovery ward. What do you suppose is happening? It sounds like some sort of disturbance. Yes, I hear angry voices. Oh. Be not angry, O ample lady. Verily thou art mistaken. Mistaken my foot? You were looking at my painting. The eye of man hath not heard. The ear of man hath not seen. 'Twas foul indeed, the poison that moustache villain gaveth me. Forgive me, lady. I wish that you died from that poison. Get his ass. God of mercy, ample lady, but thou seest I have vigor still. Behold, my Shamspear dance. Yeah, he sure, He's going. This looks rather ominous, doesn't it? Ah! Oh god, he's approaching me. Ah, lo, 'tis the lawyer from the land whence riseth the sun. How now? What are you doing here, Mr. Shamspear? Mary, I do believe I am returned unto another ward. He was looking, that's what he was doing, looking at my terrible work. Eastern fellow, so dark clad. Faith, thy work in court this morning was wonderful. I do applaud thee. Oh, well, thank you. But... Oh, he's so mad. Look at him. That doesn't mean things will go so wonderfully for you tomorrow, does it? Oh no, he broke out of iambic pentameter. He fixed it. Alright, good. Anon, exunt. Oh, I'm leaving now. Okay. Mr. Shamspear might technically be the victim in this case, but there's definitely a lot more to it than that. It's very hard to pin the man down. Ain't nobody pinning that man down. I'm so sorry. I'm such an awful person.
Miss Green, is everything all right?
Oh, yes. I mean, don't worry about me. They're about to discharge me, so I must get ready to leave now.
Oh, I see. We're delighted that you'll soon be well enough to go home, Miss Green.
Oh dear, you're too kind. I don't deserve it.
She's just sitting on her bed. She looks so sad. Is there anything new to examine? Bum, 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 bum. Doesn't look like it. Okay. Oh, I can examine her. So, are you feeling more like yourself today, Miss Green?
I am. Thank you. I mean, people do recover from ordeals like this, don't they? Even people like me.
Well, yes, it really was an ordeal, wasn't it?
As far as I was concerned, I was just walking along in the snow one evening, minding my own business. And then, completely out of the blue, I was struck in the back by a knife and collapsed unconscious for days. Of course, when I finally woke up again yesterday, the whole business had been cleared up already.
How are the murders going? Well, this case isn't a murder, but I'm working on it. Solving the case, I mean, not making it a murder. Yet. What a terrible week it's been for you.
Oh no, I'm sure I'm very lucky, really. I'll look back on this fondly.
Really?
Anyway, I must be getting my things together now, so I'm ready to be discharged.
Oh, yes, of course. Sorry to take up your time when you're obviously busy.
No, actually, I'm just going to sit here and look sad.
I guess that's all she had for us. Let's see what we can find outside his apartment. Bop, 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 bop. Is there anything new? Bum, 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 bum. I don't think there's anything new here. Okay, we'll go to Shamsphere's room then. The 22nd of February. Ah. There he is. I was looking for this guy. Oh, hello again, Inspector Gregson. Chomp. Seeing this dude always makes me want fish and chips. I really like good fish and chips. Maybe I'll get some later this week. I know a place that does good fish and chips and has good, nice adult beverages. Very close to my castle. What are you doing here? Well, we were hoping to have another look around, actually. The lawyer representing the defendant has a right to examine the scene, as I'm sure you're aware. Yeah, I know the score. Oh, yes, one other thing. The soap on the ledge outside the window. Did you find it, with the tea in it? Yeah, we found it all right. And there is a small amount of tea in it, as you said. You haven't had fish and chips in ages, which is weird because you're in a seaside UK city. I think the only, perhaps, positive of being in the UK would be, in fact, having some genuine fish and chips. I don't know, it's just a pretty ubiquitous meal, isn't it? Some good fish, some battered fish, and fries. It's nice and simple, and it's hard to screw up. Tell me, Kaskin, since you live there, do they sell them like wrapped in newspaper like Gregson eats? Like, can you do that? And just like carry it around like that? Is that a thing? And there was a small amount of tea in it, as you said. I knew it. It's with the identification section of the yard now. They're looking into it. The results should be available later today. That's wonderful news. Thank you. Oh, he's upset that we... Some places do. Oh, that's neat. I wasn't sure if it was a real thing that they did, or if it was just a funny quirk this man has. They were like, he's very British. We want him to eat fish and chips, but he's up and around, so we'll do that. But it's not. It's interesting to know that's a real thing you can do. Pretty impressive performance in court this morning. I'm not a huge seafood guy myself, Linkwolf, but I do like shrimp, and I do like fish in certain circumstances. Like battered fish. I like some fish sometimes. I'm not much of a shellfish person outside of shrimp, though. Sorry? Nothing, forget it. Just make sure you don't disturb anything in here. Pop. Oh, for fuck's sake. He literally just teleported in. This guy. Alright, let's examine everything but Sholmes first. Sorry, there's no character named Holmes in this game. Ah, the ill-fated teacups from which the two men drank on the ill-fated night. During their heated literary debate, yes. Who's stronger, Romeo or Juliet? It sounds like it was quite a discussion. Now I think of it, I'm sure that the two lovers in the play ended their lives with poison. That's fiction, Miss Suzato. Let's hope it stays that way. It's ironic, you see. If you ran out of change, you wouldn't even have any light, let alone heat. For the needy, London's winters can be very harsh. Yeah, it's almost like this place is a hellhole. That's true, but if you think about it, even the wealthy would find themselves freezing if they ran out of small change. London's winters can be very harsh for the forgetful, too, then. Frankly, I'm starting to wonder if Suzato-san and I are going to make it to spring. That's true. We don't even have a meter at Baker Street, let alone a gas stove. Wait. Where do they light it, then? What are the lights powered by? Look at how dark the stain on the floor is underneath the meter there. Yes, from all the water dripping out after the ice coins melted, as you established in court this morning. It's a very large and obvious stain, isn't it? Mr. Shamsphere must have used an awful lot of ice coins, I suppose. It was an ingenious idea, I'll give him that. Bop, bop. You don't think this is set in Britain because you haven't seen enough rain? Well, it is in winter right now, so it's all snow. The sun never shines in this room thanks to that depressing bricked-up window. Yet, with enough determination, you can always remove the bricks to set some soap outside, can't you? That sounds like a very wise life lesson, Miss Suzato. Only if you plan to follow a life of crime, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll get to you in a minute. Snow in Britain? Doesn't it snow a lot? In the winter? Are you looking for new clues, Inspector? On Lord Van Zeke's orders, yeah. Don't come back till you've got something for me, he says. Tch. Oh dear, poor you. Yeah, poor me, because we've already searched every bleeding nook and cranny in this place. I don't know what he expects, to be honest. Thank goodness for warm chips is all I can say. Well, at least he's honest. Alright, let's check our random Sholmes events. Mr. Sholmes, what are you up to over there? What a question indeed. Was it not your good self who asked me to attend the scene? Oi, what are you doing there, Sholmes? You don't remember the last time you've seen snow? I thought it snowed a lot in the UK. In winter, at least. What are you up to over there? What are you doing here? Dear me, once a great detective, one is always under scrutiny, it seems. Is now the time, Mr. Sholmes? Are you about to show us your forensic talents in action as you promised? Whoop. With the greatest of pleasure, my dear madam. Oh, he's got his funny goggles on. What's all this? Bah! Don't look at me with them big ol' eyes. All this is precisely what you requested, Mr. Naruhodo. I have a gun! Herlock Sherm's sensational skin print seeker gun. It might just be the areas you lived in, but it wasn't super rare to have a basically snowless here? Huh. Maybe it gets colder in London, because this is good old, jolly old London town we're in. Moments ago, I took a sample from the teacup that was used by the victim. Also, this is like 100 years ago. You know, before climate change was as bad as it is. So maybe it snowed more in the past. I don't know. A sample from Mr. Shamspeare's cup. Each individual leaves microscopic secretions on everything he or she touches. A sample of those secretions is all I need to produce this refined indicator solution. By liberally spraying the room with this chemical, everything the victim touched is instantly revealed with the aid of these goggles. Here, try them on. This is like a primitive UV thing, I guess. Ahem. Sorry, I had to wiggle there for a second and then drop something. Don't worry about that. That's true. It's also a video game, and they could just be using winter to set a seasonal tone. It's not a fun winter if it doesn't snow. There, now spray the chemical indicator about and all will be revealed. Spray? How? How do I do that exactly? A little press of A on the area you're interested in is all that's required, like this. What is that stuff? It's like fog. A suspension of the chemical indicator in a pressurized gas. It's the most efficient way to cover a large area. That was another invention I discovered incidentally whilst I was developing this idea. As you do. Go ahead, try it, my dear fellow. We may learn something interesting about the victim's movements on the night in question. Well, there's nothing to lose, I suppose. Let's explore. Alright. Lots of fingerprints on the windowsill, as we'd expect, because, you know, he moved the bricks around to put the soap there to make his fake coins. And yep, quite a few fingerprints on the meter. Lots of fingerprints on the table and the cups. Wait, his fingerprints are on both cups. Interesting. I mean, yeah. Oh my. Huh. Look, there are dozens of handprints here. So there are, a great many indeed. So much so that it's hard to make out any one individual print, in fact. Ugh, it sends a chill down my spine. Perhaps he was leaning against the wall while he admired this picture? Unlikely, I would say. It's a rather dull scene, after all. And without wishing to state the obvious, you wouldn't generally admire a picture from such close quarters, I feel. Oh, very true, Miss Susato. It's a bit of a mystery, then. I bet there's something behind the painting, like a secret. But let's check out the rest of the room first. Just to see if there's anything I missed. No, I think that's it. Okay. This is pretty fun. I like when there's like little mini games in Ace Attorney like this. There's handprints on this box too. Well, it keeps wanting me to spray, so there must be something I'm missing here. Ah. Oh, okay, so it's just saying the same thing again. Hope we see the return of cross-eyed Sholmes. I also do, because it's very funny. Oh, here we go. I found it. Oh, look at all this here. Ah, yes, interesting. A multitude of the victims' handprints. Why are there so many of them on the floor in this one spot? Well, that floorboard is lifted up slightly. Ooh, perhaps he had a bad fall just here? There's nothing obvious that he would have tripped over, though, is there? I wonder. Personally, I often stumble when there's nothing obvious to trip over. I think that's something only a great detective would do, Mr. Sholmes. I like how Suzato is, like, babying him sometimes. Like, she's saying something nice to make sure he doesn't feel bad. Well, this is quite a puzzle. Handprints all over the floor. Yes, there's no obvious explanation. Well, we sprayed Mr. Sholmes' amazing skin print indicator all over this room, didn't we? We did, but there are 2 places in particular that are of interest, I would say. Yeah, that floorboard and the painting. The handprints on the floor there, and on the wall by the picture, you mean? Yes, and I think the floor warrants closer investigation. I won't be a moment. She's just like tearing up the floorboards with her bare hands. Ah! What is it, Miss Suzato? Look here, Mr. Naruhodo. One of the floorboards has popped out. Oh, okay, I didn't realize that would be literally what she did. She's just like, rah, and she rips the whole thing out. One of the... You mean it's a secret hiding place? Excellent work, Miss Suzato. So, what do we have in here? Oi, what are you lot doing? Inspector Gregson, stand aside right this minute. It's my job to investigate here. He's a hungry man. No need, Inspector. You continue to dig into your portion of chips whilst we dig around on the floor here. Your fancy talk's putting me off my food anyway, Sholmes. A new bit of evidence is exactly what I need. Oh, now he's ripping it up. Wow, a secret hiding place under the floor. What a find. It's not a hiding place you could make use of in Japan. I don't think I could lift a straw tatami mat. No, I know, but I never expected one of these wooden floorboards to move either. It's got me wondering about the wall over there too. Aren't you curious? Oh, I'll investigate it once. She just like grabs the painting and lifts it off the wall and throws it across the room. I think Suzato is violent a lot, even by accident. There's nothing behind the picture, sadly. Only the wall. How disappointing. But then, how do you explain the handprints? I really can't think why anyone would have been touching the wall over and over in one place like that. Well, there were some handprints on the lamp. Maybe that was just he would leaned against the wall to turn on the lamp right above him. Click. There you are, a print for you. Oh, okay, it's a... Oh, he took a picture of the handprints. Hello, Dante Namikaze. Welcome. Oh, thank you very much. His invention can make prints, too? Now then, I wonder if Inspector Gregson has found anything under the floor there. I'm desperate to know. So am I. Well, you missed the first part of the trial. Now we're investigating. Gregson, what have you found? You funny fish and chip eating man. I'd love to know if there's anything hidden underneath that floorboard there. Allow me to ask Gregson now. After all, we are well acquainted. Inspector Gregson, really, it's been too long. What is it, Sholmes? I thought perhaps you might show me what you found there, seeing as we're such good friends. I'm posing menacingly above you. We're not friends. No, I suppose not. He just
got fucking destroyed. A dismal failure.
Yes, I heard.
I'd kill to know what was under that floorboard.
Alright then, fair's fair. What? You did discover the hiding place after all. I suppose I should at least fill you in. Really, Inspector, thank you. Do it quickly, my dear fellow. There's one thing I know about this man, it's that he blows with the wind, as fickle as the weather. Oi, stop making me out to be some kind of nut. There were 3 items under the floor there, a newspaper clipping, a photographic print, and a tin box. Now, what do we want to know? I want to know about all of these things. Tell me about the newspaper clipping. Looks like this was cut out of the paper about 3 months ago. It's about a convict who got sick and died while he was serving time up in Manchester. How terrible. It made the headlines down here in London as well. The bloke had been sentenced to death, you see, but nature got him first. Oh my goodness, he'd committed a capital offense? Man by the name of Selden, nasty piece of work into burglaries and murder. They say the hoard he'd knocked off was worth about £1,000. A hoard? Of treasure, you mean? Jewelry and the like, but he'd hidden it somewhere and no one knows where. And now he's dead. So maybe Shamspeare was after this money. The papers loved it, of course. £1,000 lost en route to hell, or some such was the headline. Does it not strike you, though, why such an article would be so carefully ensconced under the floor? I suppose now you mention it, it does seem a bit odd. Perhaps I'll go over the paperwork we've got on Selden back at the yard and see if I can turn anything up. Interesting. Intriguing. Okay, what's the photographic print? So, this is the photograph I found. Looks reasonably recent to me. Huh. So that's Garadeb, and who's the other guy? Yes, it would appear to have been taken on the street in front of the house here. Doesn't look like Shamspeare. And the gentleman on the left is Mr. Garadeb, the landlord, of course. But who's the young man on the right? Mr. Garadeb's son, perhaps? Perhaps. You can take that print if you like. Really? Are you sure? We can presume, therefore, that the yard already knows. The identity of the young fellow, that is. Ah, is that true? Huh. Well, it's too bad if we do. Fortunately for you lot, leaking information isn't one of my pastimes. My dear Inspector, if I may be so bold as to point something out. Pastimes are for one's leisure, but this is for work. I don't know what you hope to achieve with that line, Sholmes. It's not going to work. All the reason more I'm not telling you. A dismal failure. Oh my god, he's so normal. I hate him. I want to kill him. Yes, I heard. Hidden photograph, okay. I wonder why a photograph like this was hidden under the floor. I mean, Mr. Shamspeare himself isn't in it. Photographic prints are still rare treasures in the East End. I imagine Mr. Garadeb was rather delighted to have been immortalized. He probably made a proud present of it. Alright, what's in the box? What's in the box? What's in the box? Now this tin box looks interesting, don't it? Might I suggest, Inspector, that you open it? If you were to find something inside that reveals the truth behind this case, I wouldn't be the least surprised. Yeah, funnily enough, I've already had a look. It's completely empty. What? Shakespeare, give us a clue, man! You didn't even have the chance to utter a word, Mr. Naruhodo. But anyway, at least we found out what's inside the box. Nothing! Yes, thin air. It's empty. Rather like how I feel inside. Ryunosuke becomes more and more like his descendant will turn out. That's a very Phoenix thing to say. Is there nothing more to this box then? I wonder. Maybe we can look at it more thoroughly at another point. Oh, a cat. This is Soseki-san's cat. How did it get in here? Oh, look! It's that lovely little kitty cat. What was its name? It's Mr. Natsume's, isn't it? I don't think we ever asked him, actually. Yeah, the sunglasses don't quite fit on that emote, but I appreciate the attempt. Why don't we call it a Wagahai? You know, like Mr. Natsume refers to himself in Japanese. I wonder how he got in here. Clever cat. Oh, wonderful. Well then, Wagahai, there's something delicious I bought for you from the cat's meat man. Oh, it's got a little bow tie. I didn't know that. Look at this. He's got a bow tie. Oh, look at him. Look at the bow tie. He couldn't be happier now. Look. I just hope we can bring some happiness to his owner, too. Tell me your secrets, Wagahai. What do you know? What happened on the night? Where were you? Not gonna talk, eh? That was a cheeky little meow, Wagahai. That's all he's got, I guess. Oh, but he's so adorable. I could sit and watch him forever. I think he may not appreciate that after a while, and we have an investigation to get back to. Is there anything I can check out? Like, is there a secret hole he can crawl through to get behind there? I guess not. I don't think there's anything else to check out here. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be. Oh, wait. So it turns out that Mr. Shamspear wasn't eating the soap at all. That's right. The mystery of why he had it on a plate whilst holding a fork in his hand is solved. Yes, to praise his latest ice coin out of its mold. And in the process, he accidentally broke the bar of soap in two. It certainly was hard to imagine, let alone deduce. Okay, I guess that's all we've got. Let's go ask Mr. Garadeb about the photo. Mr. Garadeb appears to be out. Oh well. I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. Oh, alright. I cannot ask him about the photograph. Is there anything going on out here? Nope. Bum, bum. Alright, I guess we should visit Soseki-san. He doesn't look very happy. Oh, Mr. Natsume is back. So he is. Mr. Natsume, hello. Oh. I am a cat. And I dance, 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 and I dance, dance, dance. Sorry? I don't know who Mr. Natsume is, or Hairlock Sholmes. I don't know about courts, or trials, or Old Baileys. I am a cat. That's what I am.
Just a cat.
Mr. Naruhodo, he's trying to escape from reality. Trying to? He already has, completely. So, what is your name then?
As yet, I have no name.
Mr. Naruhodo, he hasn't fully thought out his new identity yet. Maybe it's not too late to bring him back to reality. Do you think you could open your eyes for us, Mr. Natsume?
I am not a cat.
It worked. He's back in the real world. He had a break with reality from the stress. Oh, that wacky Soseki-san.
What's going to become of me? No! Don't answer that! It's obvious. My accursed soul is never going to escape this accursed fate.
Mr. Natsume, no. This morning's proceedings in court proved that there's hope. It worked. He's done disassociate him, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire was brilliant, but the Reaper is omnipresent in court, in my lodgings, here, there, everywhere.
What's he looking straight at me for? I think perhaps there are some things we should discuss.
Oh, yes, we must.
Hey, check this out. Have I shown you this before, Mr. Natsume?
Oh, yes, the sweet, sweet aroma of our beloved homeland.
Shows that the wearer is a defense lawyer. It means nothing in Great Britain, of course, but I still wear it.
Oh, I know exactly how you feel, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
Oh, I already had this conversation with him. His Haramaki belly band. It keeps him warm in the winter. Alright, let's talk about how this trial went. I think we're doing fine. I managed to distract them for a whole cross-examination.
In my whole life, have I ever been so moved as I was today? No. Of course, if I cast my mind back, there were perhaps one or two other occasions that moved me more. But if I just block those out, then today being in that courtroom was the most moving experience of my life, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
You're too kind. Scotland Yard found the remaining tea just as we deduced and are analyzing it as we speak.
There's nothing wrong with that tea. They won't find a drop of poison in it. That's a solemn sworn Soseki certainty.
Tell me, did you both drink the tea at the same time that night?
Oh yes, most definitely. Remember, drink tea while it's hot. We both put it down our throats like it was a hot bath for our bellies.
And at the same time, you were both completely fine. As shown by the fact that he and Mr. Shamspeare then engaged in the Romeo and Juliet match. I suppose the focus of tomorrow's proceedings will be how the poison was taken by the victim then. Tell me about your weird friend.
That rotten Shamspeare? What have I ever done to him?
You don't recall him taking issue with you over anything you've done recently?
I've been holed up in my room, immersed in books. I don't recall anything. Anything at all.
Right.
But what I don't understand is why he didn't let me know sooner.
Let you know what, Mr. Natsume?
About the soap, of course. What else?
Oh dear. Are you struggling with such a meager stipend?
Of course I am. If I had money, I wouldn't have chosen to live an accursed existence in such accursed lodgings.
Oh, yes, you said it's because the place is cursed that it's so cheap, didn't you?
Exactly, especially in the room that I rent. The spirit of that capital offender who lived there still haunts the place, and it's trying to kill me.
Oh, that explains it. Shamspeare used to live next door to the murder guy. Capital offender?
Might I ask, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, that the next time you visit me,
You bring scores of super soft soaps. Yeah, fine, I'll help you cheat the gas company. Let me present to him the newspaper clipping. What's this? It's a newspaper cutting that we found in Mr. Shamspeare's room. Ah, so he knew, did he? Sorry? About this man, Selden. A convicted killer and the evil spirit behind the curse that afflicts my lodgings. What? He's already taken one young man's life, and now he's trying to take the life of another, a miserable mustache, much aligned Japanese man. Mr. Natsume, if you know something, please, you must tell us. Tell us everything you can about this evil spirit. Selden. I'm sure his name will turn out to be an awful pun. The truth is, I didn't know the details until very recently. That Selden man was arrested about a year ago now, and at the time he was hiding out in lodgings at Mr. Garadeb's house. What? He lived where you do now? That's right, yes. Exactly where I live now, in my very room. Oh my, your room was previously occupied by a criminal found guilty of a capital offense? But before his sentence could be carried out, he died in prison. That was 3 months ago now. And that's when it started. The curse. What really is this curse you keep mentioning, Mr. Natsume? It's already caused one death, a few months after the criminal passed away in prison. A man died in the room. The man who rented it after Selden, in fact. The poor lodger, he was found dead in mysterious circumstances. The room was locked from the inside. Locked from the inside? Exactly like the case we're dealing with now. So that's the convict's curse, is it? Yes, well, that was the start of it. I'm starting to think this isn't a curse at all, but rather a pattern. Do you have any idea how the lodger before you passed away, Mr. Natsume? The official cause of death was asphyxia. When they discovered the body, the room was full of gas. Gas? I only found that out after I'd signed the lease. When Mr. Garadeb came to tell me later, I couldn't stop myself trembling. In fact, if I'd known beforehand, I'd probably have been too scared to take the room. Landlord's lease, luckily legal. Lucky for Mr. Garadeb, maybe, but not so lucky for poor Mr. Natsume. And now you believe this curse is affecting you? It is. At first, I just felt as though I was being watched all the time. And then you talked about having nightmares, didn't you? I still think this is carbon monoxide poisoning, because he leaves his stove on all night. The dead are trying to take me with them. They comfort me and try to suffocate me. Just when I'm just struggling to breathe, I wake up, and the room is as cold as ice. But why is your room so cold? London winters are too cold to bear without any heating on overnight. For some reason, even though I light the stove before I climb into bed at night, the pilot light always goes out and the room fills with gas. It's carbon monoxide poisoning. But that's terrible. But aren't ghosts real in the Ace Attorney universe? Yes. Only that one time, though. So I don't think there will be a ghost event again. That's exactly the same situation as what led to the previous occupant's death. And then there's what's happened to Mr. Shamspeare last night, when he was mysteriously poisoned. There's clearly more to that incident than can be explained by a curse, though. Whatever. They've all got carbon monoxide poisoning from the gas. Whatever can be all the cause of all these strange happenings in Mr. Garadeb's rooms. It's a mystery. I guess that's it. I don't know. Do I have anything else I can give him?
Let's show him the teacups. Mr. Natsume, it's nothing much, but... Ah! It's been too long since I've been offered a present with that delightfully humble etiquette of our homeland.
What?
You're too kind. I accept it gladly.
Sorry, but I wasn't trying to give it to you, actually. Maybe the soap? Mr. Natsume, what do you know about this?
Ah! There it is! That latherly lowlife that took my neighbor's life and sent me sliding to the depths of despair. Slippery, sickly, psychotic saboteur.
You've really gone off soap, haven't you?
Absolutely, and I've made up my mind. Next time someone gives me soap as a present, it's friendship finished firmly forever.
I don't know that we can blame soap for everything that's happened, Mr. Natsume. Nope. Okay. Yeah, he's not washing himself anymore.
I'm done with soap.
Maybe he knows about this guy? No. How about the handprints? No. What about the letter? No? Okay, I guess that's everything. Maybe the Gyarados are back? Ah, he is. Ah, you're here now, Mr. Gyarados.
Right about a business it is for me, you know, getting out and about.
Where are you at the Old Bailey by any chance?
Naturally, fate of my lodgings hanging in the balance and all that, not a trial to miss.
Fate of what's already been dubbed your haunted lodgings, yes.
Of course, the place has caused quite a stir around the capital, and on one more occasion already. As the old haunted lodgings or some such.
Ah, well, at least he knows.
Makes you wonder what the blazes is going on, don't you? Ah, I didn't realize Sholmes was here.
Yes, I'm sure it does. In fact, thinking back to Mr. Natsume's other trial just 2 days ago, you were at the Old Bailey then as well, weren't you? Testifying with your wife about what happened.
Stopped off at the prison on the way home, in fact. Beastly business.
I see. Yeah, because his wife threw the knife that got stuck in Miss Green.
So, what brings you to my haunted abode today, eh?
Let's talk to him about stuff.
Some vishy fellow from the Far East and a failed actor chap of questionable character, eh? Yes, the house does seem to have become something of a magnet for rum fellows of late. Thanks to that bally curse.
Convict's curse, you mean?
Ah, heard the stories, have you? Rotten scoundrel was arrested here, then the next chap in the room goes and keels over. Then there was that woman who dropped dead just outside on the street, not to mention the actor yesterday. And my next day... Well, can't help but get the collywobbles, can you?
What the hell's a collywobble? Stop using British words that aren't real. When you say the woman who dropped dead outside on the street, do you mean Miss Green? Because Miss Green, who was stabbed by the knife, and Mr. Shamspear, who was poisoned last night, are both very much alive still.
Yes, well, so is that blasted convict's curse, it seems. Personally, I should be quite content with such lodgings. A bath, a toilet, a fireplace, fascinating history. Why, it sounds like the lap of luxury.
I'm not so sure about that.
Well, there's no bath or toilet included and no fireplace either. But you do look out for your tenants, don't you? By watching the rise and fall of the flames near gas lamps up here. Oh no, that's for liability concerns. Yes, never hurts to keep an eye on things, in case there are any mishaps or such like. I think you've had your mishap already, sir. Ha 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 ha. That's not helpful, Mr. Sholmes. Heaven forgive me, the words just came out of my lips. Oh, that Mr. Sholmes, always saying inappropriate things for no reason. For no reason. Some fishy fellow from the Far East. Wait, are you right? Oh, okay, he's just saying the same thing again. There's no need for that, Mr. Garrideb. That's right. Mr. Natsume is in no way fishy. He is undeniably peculiar, however. Is it right that he took the vacancy immediately after the previous tenant passed away? Yes, that's right. I asked the estate agent to find someone, and he popped up the very same day. Never came across as a chap so keen for a place with a background, as it were. I don't think it was the room's background he was keen on, so much as the cheap rent, actually. So, how long has Mr. Shamspear been lodging under your roof? That filled actor chap. Let me see. Ah, of course. Yeah, it's been 3 months now. Quite sure of it. Only 3 months? He's quite new here too, then. And to what do you owe your certainty in that regard, Mr. Garrideb, if I might ask? Well, it was that Selden scoundrel, as it happens. Selden? The convict, you mean? Do Selden and Shamspear have some kind of connection, then? Tell me about this. Tell me about Shamspear and Selden. That convict chap, Selden, passed away in the clink 3 months ago now, you see? Some malady or other. Yes, we've seen the report from the newspaper at the time. Well, it was only 3 days later that the tragedian showed his face, the actor fellow. I guess it's like tragedy. Really? Yes, I remember quite distinctly. 'Tis small, this world we inhabit. Prithee, landlord, hear my request. I, the humble Shamspear, do desire to take thy room on the middle floor offered erewhile for rent. Terribly sorry and whatnot, but that wouldn't be possible. Already have a lodger on the middle floor. Ground floor room's vacant, though. Nothing can be made out of nothing. Let me repeat mine will unto thee. Those curs must be muffling your ears. The room on the middle floor's take it. It's ground floor or nothing. Very well, we have an accord. He really wanted the room. Hello, a Shamspear dance to celebrate. He really wanted the room Selden was staying in. Maybe the treasure's hidden in there or something. From what I heard in court today, it sounds like the chap was thieving gas. And he was 3 months in arrears with the rent, too. Yes, the fellow was a bally player, all right. So he didn't pay his rent, he didn't pay for gas. I guess he was really hoping for that treasure to come through. Thank you for your candor, Mr. Garrideb. We are most grateful. By way of appreciation, allow me to say 1 or 2 words. Give me my robe, put it on my crown. I have immortal longings in me. What is this cat pose? What's happened to you? Shakespeare, my dear fellow, one of his most famous lines. I wish to divulge my own learnings on the subject, for I have a turn for literature too, you know. Perhaps you could turn your attention to more apt lines, then? That wasn't even a profound one. Let me see about this photo. Mr. Garrideb, could I ask you to look at this photograph? Look at this photograph. Is that your son who's with you there? No, not at all. He was a lodger here once. Duncan Ross was his name. Duncan Ross. A street photographer happened to be passing by, so I asked him to take a shot, just for kicks, really. He has his medal on in that picture. Was he by any chance the lodger before Mr. Natsume? Ah, you got me. Yes, that's right. Ah, the young gentleman who died in the room in mysterious circumstances. Just what Mr. Moustache was waiting for, one might say. Yes, young Duncan lived in the room at the top of the first flight of stairs before that Japanese chap. Would you mind telling us a little more about him? Tell me about Duncan Ross. With a surprisingly normal name. Yes, Duncan Ross. Young chap was attending art school. Had to work to pay for it, mind. Moved into the middle floor room about a year ago after that criminal Selden was arrested. Young students are always on the hunt for rooms with a history behind them. A history of cheap rent, maybe, yes. Yes, well, anyway, it was one morning about a month ago now. Hadn't quite worked out the old trick of watching the gas lamps to see what my lodgers were up to at the time, so sadly I was rather tardy to discover what had happened. The smell of gas that alerted me, it was. Ah yes, synonymous with the smell of death. Called the police right straight away, of course, and the officer kicked the door off its hinges. Once we got inside, we all badly collapsed. Because of the gas? Yes, room was full of it. No air at all. Stove must have gone out while the poor chap was sleeping in his bed. So Mr. Ross suffocated to death. Yeah, that's exactly what was happening to Natsume. The stove goes out. It just makes gas spew into his room, and that's why he feels like he's being suffocated at night. It is literally, as we theorized, carbon monoxide poisoning. Of course, the police gave me a sound ticking off because the gas pipes were so old and all that. Can't tell you how much it set me back to have the lot replaced all over the house. But even after you had all that work done, Mr. Natsume says the same thing. That the stove goes out at night whilst he's asleep in bed. Well, that's bally curse. The convict's curse. I've done my duty as a landlord now. Someone's feeling defensive. I don't think he's done his duty as a landlord at all. Landlords never do that. Ah, that reminds me, actually. Yes? About young Duncan, the night before the poor chap perished. He'd been writing a letter of affection to a young lady. A love letter, you mean? Yes, where did I put it now? Ah, here it is. Left it on my desk. If you'll excuse me, let me see now. What does it say? To my most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Do you think that we should be reading such a personal piece of correspondence? But he's dead now, it doesn't matter. My dear Miss Susato, well, that is precisely why I prefaced my reading with, if you'll excuse me. I will not excuse you, Mr. Sholmes, no. Sadly, he didn't address it, though, so I have no means of delivering the thing. Rather sad, really. I see. It's going to play on my mind. But really, the identity of Mr. Ross's sweetheart has no bearing on the case. I think we should leave well alone. Yes, I suppose you're right. Indeed, the intended recipient's address is missing. However, there is a name attributed to the man's most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Mr. Sholmes, please. I've already had to chastise you about this once. My undying love to you, my cuddleful darling, Olive Green. Oh. Well, that's sad. Ah! Olive Green? The woman who was plunged into a coma after a knife plunged into her back outside this house 5 days ago. The victim of the last case Soseki-san was in court for, who regained consciousness only yesterday. Is it just a chance that her name has come up now? Could it possibly be a mere coincidence? Mr. Naruhodo, whatever can this mean? Reading personal correspondence can have its merits, you see, Miss Susato. I read all your mail, by the way. What a freak. Let's see if there's anything else I can present him with. Dum-dum. No, okay. I think that's about it from him. Yeah, I think that's it.
Maybe we can check out Briar Road again? No? What about Shamspear's room? No? If there was anything new, it would show, like, the time and date. Dup, dup, dup. Well, let's go talk to Miss Green about Duncan Ross. Mr. Naruhodo, I've just finished speaking with the doctor. It seems Miss Green is well enough to be discharged at last. This is good news, but hopefully just before she leaves... Ah! What is it? Oh. Is she drinking paint? Miss Green! What are you doing? Spit that out. It's like talking to a pet that you have to that eats something they're not supposed to. Spit that out. Spit it out. Open your mouth. What was that? She clearly just hid something behind her back.
One moment. I'll be with you in a jiffy. Oh, hello, everyone. What are you all doing here? The doctor has said I can be discharged, so I'm just getting my things together.
Miss Green, what were you just doing?
Oh, nothing, really. I was just about to take some medicine the doctor prescribed for me, that's all.
Well, we were hoping to have another quick chat with you, if that's all right.
I don't really have anything else to tell you.
All right, she's definitely behaving strangely. Let's see if we can't coax something out of her. All right, well, tell me about your discharging. It's wonderful news that you're going to be discharged, Miss Green.
Oh, yes. I mean, thank you.
Did I play the KOF patch yet? Yes, I did, Joda Branded. I was training with Team Southtown just yesterday, in fact. You can check out the VOD on the YouTube channel if you want. But I really like Geese and Yamazaki. I did see Yashiro had some new stuff. I didn't actually try out... I guess I should be more clear. I didn't really try out any of the updates to the characters. I was mostly just learning Team Southtown. But I have seen a lot of cool stuff on Twitter. I do want to try some of the changes out on the new time, on my own time, especially K-Dash, because they really buffed his Far C, and I think that'll be good. But I've heard Yashiro got some good changes too. I heard he's a lot stronger now. They made Shermie a lot stronger too. She can do some wild stuff now.
Once people are better, the hospital staff don't want them lingering and wasting space. Not people like me, anyway. So I don't think I should keep anyone waiting. I probably shouldn't stand around and chat.
She certainly doesn't seem to be in the mood to talk, that's for sure. Alright, well, I'm gonna shock her into talking by showing her this picture of her dead boyfriend. That is the wrong thing I picked. Sorry, I meant this. Take a look at this picture of your dead lover. Miss Green, we were hoping to ask you about someone. Mr. Duncan Ross. You knew him, didn't you? She is perished. Yes, that was in fact paint. This bitch be drinking paint. Oh no, I'm so sorry. The bottle of medicine fell down when she did. Oh, Miss Green, are you all right? She has been hospitalized again. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to startle you like that. Yes, Linkle, it is Danganronpa blood. That's why it's pink.
No, it's all right. I just wasn't expecting it. But how do you know about Duncan?
Well, you see, America runs on Duncan. Mr. Ross had been writing a letter when he passed away. The landlord found it in his room. It was a very personal letter to you.
It was at the art school. That's where I met Duncan, a year ago now. He was working to fund his studies. He dreamt of becoming a professional artist one day.
And the two of you became romantically involved?
Yes, that's right. We were very much in love. We were engaged to be married, actually. That's why he decided to move into a cheaper room to save money for the wedding.
And that's what led him to Mr. Garrett's?
Yes, he told me if he found the worst but cheapest room in the entire East End. And then, 1 month ago, that's when it happened.
We're so terribly sorry, Miss Green.
Well, it's all in the past now, I suppose.
Poor Miss Green. She looks desperately sad. I was starting to think that's just her look. But now I see that she has every reason to feel the universe is against her. Poor lady. I didn't expect her boyfriend to be dead.
I do hope you won't think I'm being rude, but... Would you mind leaving me in peace now? I have to leave the hospital soon.
Oh, I'm so sorry. We didn't mean to hold you up. Of course, we'll be on our way. Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, I'm spinning into fame, Mr. Naruhodo. Hello. Surely you were not about to leave. That's quite out of the question. What? Mr. Sholmes? I didn't realize you were here. But of course I was, my dear fellow. Watching intently from the shadows as always. Like one of your Far Eastern ninjas. Oh, ha, ha, ha. Well, make your presence known next time. Mr. Sholmes, what's this about? Something which occurs to me with some regularity, Mrs. Otto, is this. Why do detectives insist on such an ex post facto modus operandi? Why solve a case after it's happened, instead of preventing a case before it happens? That is what sets a great detective apart. What do you mean? There is a case waiting to happen under our very noses, Mr. Naruhodo. So let us avert disaster. Let us prevent this case from ever happening, with nothing but careful observation. All right. All the clues you need are set before you. You need only look, and you cannot fail to see. You can do it, Mr. Naruhodo. I know you can. What is this stuff? What's going on here? Oh, it's poison. The rat is dead. Rest in peace, Mittens. Let's examine this first. It definitely feels as though this card must be relevant. I mean, when we first arrived, Miss Green was standing with it in her hand in what can only be described as a very tense atmosphere. Yes. It may very well be related to whatever incident Mr. Sholmes believes was about to happen here. Perhaps we should ask Miss Green about it. The Danganronpa blood is poisonous. That mouse seems to be dead. Look, I didn't notice it there before, did you? I think perhaps it drank the medicine that spilled out of the bottle. But that's the bottle that Miss Green was about to drink from when we arrived. Oh, I see what's going on here. You don't think... I see you've come to appreciate the true nature of this scene. That of a tragedy about to take place. I see. That's not good. Yes, I think it's falling into place. Miss Green, the contents of the bottle you had before has spilt out on the floor. And the poor mouse that drank it has sadly died. Ah! I think it's clear that the bottle must have contained a powerful poison. Don't worry, I will attend to the mouse presently. That's not good. Miss Green, were you intending to go the same way as that rodent? To take your own life? Oh! Once we'd left, you would have put it to your lips again, wouldn't you? And taken the poison? No! Miss Green, please talk to us.
I didn't expect to run into this topic. Let's. You can't just put a thing that says suicide on it. 10 seconds later, and we would have arrived at a very different scene here. In all probability, we would not have enjoyed this most delightful conversation. Of course, perhaps it hasn't been quite so delightful from your perspective, Miss Green. Actually, in a way, now that everything's out in the open, I feel like a weight has been lifted. Tell me, how did you acquire that medicine? Well, with this being in a hospital and all, when the doctor comes to examine me in the mornings, he always leaves the medicine cabinet open for a while, so I stuck this out when he wasn't looking. It conspicuously lacks a label. I wonder what it contains. I'm afraid I don't really know, but I thought if I drank it, it might just stop the pain somehow. Jesus Christ. Okay. Oh, please, Miss Green, don't talk of such things. Well, it seems clear now that it contains poison. Yes, that poor little mouse is proof of that. Oh no, oh, it's all my fault. What have I done? I shall remove this to my office, Miss Green. I take it you have no objection? No, none. Okay, alright, let's calm down. Oh, that letter matches the envelope. Neither the sender's name or address appears to be written on the envelope or the card. It arrived by post at my home the day before the incident that put me in the hospital here. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on 17th. The Slug and Salad. That is a great name for a restaurant. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Hang on. It matches this envelope we found. Yeah. Wait a minute. The 17th of this month. That's the day you were stabbed on Briar Road. And 5 p.m. is precisely the time when the incident occurred. Well, it was an accident. Like, that lady didn't throw it at her on purpose, but it sure does feel like she was led into a trap. The Slug and Salad, yes. A pub on the northern corner of Briar Road. Briar Road being the street that Mr. Garrett Ebb's house is on. Does this mean that... Yes, I'm sure you've guessed. That day, when I was stuck in the back by the knife, I was actually on my way to the Slug and the Salad. Goodness. So that's... sorry, I thought that was Miss Green. So that's what you were doing on Briar Road that day. I'm sorry I didn't say anything before. I guess it wasn't relevant, so it's fine. I think I really will have to ask you to excuse me now. I've told you everything. Yes, I'm very sorry to have had to drag up such painful memories for you. No, it's fine. Miss Green, please promise us you won't try to do anything like that again. Yes, don't worry. Your detective friend has the bottle now anyway. And besides, I've been stabbed in the back and had a close shave with a bottle of poison, and I'm still here. I think I'm destined to see things through to the end. I guess that's... yeah, you know what? Yeah. It might sound a little conceited, but, well, that's how all this has made me feel. Good for you. That's the spirit. Be conceited, that's what I say. Leaving Miss Green and St. Bartholomew's behind, we made our way back to Baker Street with Mr. Sholmes. Well, it would appear we've reached the end of the investigative trail for today. Yes, it's late. And, Miss Naruhodo, did you discover anything that may be of use to you in court tomorrow, do you think? Details about Mr. Shamspear, Mr. Garadeb's lodgings, the convict, Selden. There are many facets to this case, and we're yet to see the heart of it, if you ask me. That's my feeling, anyway. I can't help wondering about the results of the analysis. Into Mr. Natsume's tea, you mean? Yes. Will they have found strychnine in it or not? Well, I fear that either way, it will be hard to escape the grip of our friend, Mr. Reaper. Oh dear. Yes, Beric von Zeeks. But I wish you every success, of course, and though I was late to rise this morning, tomorrow will be a new dawn. I intend to spring from my bed at a crisp hour and attend the trial. He won't. Mr. Sholmes, you're going to come? Indeed. Whatever happens, I shall be there, assuming my eyelids cooperate in the morning. Well, I think we've done all we can. All that's left is to remain focused and keep fighting for Mr. Natsume's cause until the very end. Not a fucking chance he'll show up, but I appreciate the enthusiasm, I suppose. London, the world's most prosperous city, home to 6 million people. But away from the razzle-dazzle, down back alleys and behind bricked-up windows, the lonely lurk. Soseki-san had battled long and hard with loneliness during his many months here, and so I felt honor-bound to battle equally hard for my compatriot, to lift the curse that gripped him. As Mr. Sholmes said, tomorrow would be a new dawn, for all of us. Do. To be continued. Da-da. Okay, I think that's where we'll stop for tonight, my lovely minions. It's a good stopping point. We did part 1 of the trial, more investigating, and now I think there's not a chance we don't wrap it up tomorrow. So look forward to a lot more Ace Attorney action tomorrow. Same time, same place, same Hime-sama channel. I've really enjoyed this case so far. It took a few twists I wasn't expecting at all, which is great. I think we're going to raid some silly little goblin I know. Because they're playing Easlaugh, which recently received a rollback update, and that game looks really cool. So I think everybody should check out this stream and the fighting game Easlaugh. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. It's literally E' as in ownership S laugh. L-A-F. So check it out. I'm sure it'll be fun. In the meantime, like I said, I pressed the wrong thing. In the meantime, like I said, I'll see you at the same time tomorrow for more Ace Attorney. Look forward to it. I've been enjoying this a lot. I'll see you all then, minions. Good night.